Yeah, so this time's really good for it.
You've got loads of time, don't worry about it. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. We probably won't even start bang on 1 o'clock,
Okay.
but we've got plenty of time. It's not a tight schedule today, so feel free.
It's in here. Hi there. Hello. Oh, sorry.
Hi. How's it going?
Good.
I don't think we've met before, have we?
No.
I'm Grant.
I'm Liz.
Nice to meet you, Liz. Thanks for coming. Okay. I'm just trying to set up a live hangout, which appears to be working. Oh, you never know. Yeah, don't worry about it. Of course, I'm not gonna tell them.
Take a seat.
Hi. Hi, guys. People are actually turning up. This is very exciting. I'm always worried they don't know that.
How many people have you got signed up?
There were 55 tickets taken, but last year there were 40 tickets taken, only about 20 people actually arrived.
Yeah.
So I'd be happy if there was more than last year. So I think we're going in the right direction.
Yeah.
But we've set up a hangout on air, which a lot of people have requested. So hopefully some people will join us remotely as well. Yeah.
Anyone watching already?
Not yet. No one's online, but I'm just putting it out on Twitter and such things. Have you guys travelled from far away? Portsmouth, okay. Not too bad then. Well, I don't know, it's not still strikes on the trains and stuff, is there? Or have they gotten that out of their system?
It's okay.
It's not too bad, okay, good.
Okay, yeah, because it was it last few days it's been.
Yeah, there was tube strikes in London on Wednesday, Thursday, and first Great Western, I think, striking as well. Slows the connection in the world.
Well, we go to the case of that's just happened.
Hey guys, how's it going? Glad you made it. People are travelling in.
Honey was on the train ahead of me, asked about them.
Oh really?
Yeah, because I was touch and go, going together last one. So, yeah, they probably, because they were probably going to the Royal Oak first, went there for quick.
Yeah, probably. No name. Yeah, just get a nice refreshing urge, she said.
The ones that were asleep.
Your train full of French students.
No, it wasn't too bad actually. To be honest, we were squeezing into the back bit, so it's hard to tell.
I've got the
So
tweet
we
I
were
just sent out from
running
the
free
super
class services.
and follow the link and tell me if I actually let you join the house.
And the one I was on was Spanish, groups of French and Spanish.
It should.
Students who thought it
I just want to check that I send the right link.
There's not enough going on this day.
No, it's signal problems.
Well, we have one viewer actually.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. I think that's right. It doesn't actually look hang out.
But you think it's the right place? Well, it says we have one viewer. Nope, we've got 0 viewers now. Is that you? Press it again. I guess if it said one viewer, something must have been going right.
I think
Yes.
because it started from I'm actually on properly.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Okay, right. So it looks like the right link. Kind of. That's nice. That's okay. Yep. Black screen breath. That's very good. That's it. No? Yeah, it does that, and then it'll catch up because it's radio. It's a radio time clock. All the clocks in the building are. So you'll see at one point the whole thing will just spin round and round and round. It looks very strange. Yeah.
There's probably going to be another, so Victoria's waiting down for.
Sorry, what were you saying?
So Victoria's hanging out front for.
Cool. I mean, yeah, there'll be people turning up.
Yeah. The problem is that, you know, like the front doors.
Yeah. I mean, I can go after the bench, I can go to the next, but I'll need someone down for the attention.
I don't want you to do anything like that.
Maybe we We got plenty of time. Chris is So 50 minutes.
Sweet. I'm gonna take a couple minutes to.
Hey honey, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. But even more so for you. No, I'm just great, great.
You made it in time.
Yeah, everyone's on time. Apart from Chris, who's totally letting down. So, so we've got a 50 minutes that I didn't think I had at the start for you guys to settle in and chill out and stuff.
Okay.
We have one viewer online. Hey, does everyone want to wave to one viewer online? I wonder who it is. Hey, Becky. It's crazy, isn't it? It's just, you can't move.
Yes. It wasn't you.
That's all the last year.
We did well.
Congratulations on
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very
Hi there.
Yeah, so you practice. Just change nappies.
Is moving stuff and before I get back to town, two finals. About 2 weeks.
How are you?
Sure, that's fine. I'm probably not going to start for another 10 minutes. Yes. There is a charge for late admittance. First round in the pub, always.
Someone's just said I'm running 40 moves late.
You know, last time I went to the uni club. I was kind of worried going to the turn out. I know.
That was a great time. Yeah, after you were there. I don't know where I was there to watch the game. I don't believe it. I stayed away until I was.
You were there.
Yeah. Must let the rest of those guys
Yeah, it says, I just noticed there's a sign there that says that. Yeah. There are 2 viewers online. I don't know whether they can hear us. Jenna's probably stressing.
Where's Ned? I'm not thinking about the fact that I put my stories on the channel. No, it's just no, it's up to
I don't think it's time to switch already. Is he trying to do anything?
This is
And then they go back to the.
Was that cool?
We're not actually going to do ZooCon. All you're going to do today is watch me pace up and down for 5 hours. Then we'll go to the pub.
Just don't. We can just start drinking.
Well, I mean, yeah, a jig or. Sorry. Oh yes. There is no. There isn't.
Yeah, there is. The same as last year, I guess, because my phone recognized.
It works. So yeah, if you've logged in for L before, I don't know how to log into L.
Works for the steps, though. Don't know how to.
Oh, I thought that you needed.
I think that there needs to be a password.
Yeah, you need to.
Does anybody see a Wi-Fi network called Universe HQ?
Yeah, if you can see Universe HQ, you can log in with.
Okay, that's going to be really fun with a single record. let me write down the password.
But my PS5 because my friend's mom
It should be called Universe HQ.
Sorry? Universe HQ.
Yeah, is it on the physics?
No, it's called Universe HQ. If you can see it, then yeah. That's what it was. The physics S, you need to be working in the physics department to give you a special login. So we'll see what we can do about getting you a job later on. Yeah. Yeah, well, probably more than a lot of people who work in the department. Oh, I actually like everyone who works here. So we've got one viewer online. Someone's decided this wasn't for them.
That was Chris.
Probably, yeah. He's had enough. He just wanted to make sure it was happening. There was 2 viewers online, now there's 1. We've lost 50% of our online audience. Well, the ventilation's on. Apart from that, there's not much else I can do. Yeah, there's some.
Yeah.
It's like it's Christmas. Yeah, after me asking him for oh, that'd be great. If I did a question. I don't have a physical impression. I need a phone.
You need a big table.
Yeah. Really? There's the other one as well where he he doesn't want to really be in the meeting. So. Just that the whole time.
Or it's and now it's like, what's the yeah.
Oh, it's so
bad.
Like everyone comes into like we were on the way to Newmarket the first day of college, trying to go and I was driving this across the country and then every time
We've got plenty of time. He's like, no, I've just got a question.
All my time was well.
Yeah.
He said it made him better about consolidation messages and being distracted because it's like much more noticeably rude. So I'm like, you don't need that much less. Yeah, but yeah.
Hey Brian, when did you sneak in? Did you come from stage left? Stage right? Yeah, I'm gonna start. Nice. We've been waiting for you. We've held up the whole event just so you can get here. Yes. It's not working. Have you tried? So it's capital G. The rest is lowercase.
Yeah.
You tried it?
Got it working.
You've got it working?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it did worry about the strength of the signal.
It's not great. It's not great strength in here, and there's a lot of people trying to connect to it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's great fun. Actually, I haven't taken a picture yet. I'll wait until you get back in your seat.
Okay.
Well, we were just about to start, and then the entire back row got up and left. They're like, shit, we're in the wrong place. Everyone give me a big wave.
That should have been a selfie.
I can't get my face into that selfie.
Could be a-
Short arms, big face. I wasn't built for selfies.
I saw someone up on the street selling selfie sticks.
Oh yeah,
So,
they're doing a roaring trade.
yeah.
There's people with selfie sticks taking pictures of buildings in Oxford,
Yeah.
like turning them around and like, click.
You missed the point.
It's good for getting over the walls of the colleges that you're not allowed into. Okay, the start is imminent now. Just building up some excitement. I went to see Guns N' Roses once, and they took an hour and a half to come on stage, which is past the point where you build up excitement. People just get angry after about half an hour.
I know, is that what's setting your model? Is that where you're like, we're totally fine?
Yeah.
That's Roses.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Stand back.
Oh, I got really excited because I realized that you could customize your husband. So I made his video. Because it never fits on. And I had to go tight and
Yes, hashtag ZooCon 2015. Yeah, I should have put it on the landing page. It's on one of the later parts of my presentation. Though I found out, like yesterday, there was a very vitriolic message with ZooCon 2015 as the hashtag from a month ago. It turns out there might have been another conference that used ZooCon 2015 as their hashtag, and they might have been a fetish group as well. So we might have some interesting cross-posting today. Yes, yeah. Okay, I guess should probably start since we're 20 minutes late already, which is traditional kind of Zooniverse timing. Welcome, thanks for coming, everyone. There's already, I think they counted almost 50 people here, which is more than twice the amount of people that were here last year. So thanks for all traveling from far and wide to come to ZooCon. I'm just going to get a little introduction out of the way, and then you won't have to listen to me really for the rest of the day, which is good, apart from in the pub. They'll chew your ear off. First things first, happy 8th birthday to Galaxy Zoo, which I'm sure a large majority of the people in the room have taken part in. I know a lot of you, like me, were there pretty much when it launched, probably even a month or two before I joined it. So yeah, lights. It's on here.
You keep talking.
Okay, thanks. My beautiful assistant Becky will help me do the lights. So yeah, I can't believe it's been 8 years. It's kind of crazy. I've got not much else to say on that fact, apart from like, well done, and thanks for the people who've actually stuck with the project. And it actually spiraled out of control into other projects, which I'm sure you all know, and that's why you're here. Another update I like to do every year is tell you about the team like behind this universe, because they're actually, along with you guys, one of the other important factors. And a lot of them, like you see me and Chris talking all the time, and Rob Simpson, God rest his soul. But these are the guys behind the scenes doing all the amazing work. And there's some of them here this week. This was taken at our Zoo team meeting, which was a couple of months ago in Oxford, our annual meeting. This is the majority of our team. There's a couple of people that aren't in this, like Ali down here. Give a wave. We said we would wait on Ali while she went to get changed to take the picture, but we didn't.
I was in physical therapy for a shoulder injury.
Okay, yeah.
We met.
I thought you were just getting into your dress. But there's a few people here at ZooCon that you'll get to meet throughout the day. So some. Oh yes, thanks, John. Well spotted. That lamppost isn't actually from this picture. I photoshopped it in to annoy this guy here in the yellow trousers. As you can probably tell, it's our designer, Keith. So everything you see up front on his Zooniverse page, that's his design. We took a picture from our previous team meeting before, and there was a lamppost in the background that was squint, and it bothered him so much that he actually changed it in Photoshop so that it was straight. So I just photoshopped in this squint lamppost because we were actually on the way to the pub and I saw this. It's on Holywell Street in Oxford, and I thought I'll photoshop that in just to annoy him. It actually took him a while to spot that. Yeah, so we've got Becky down here, who's going to be one of our first speakers. Also joining us today, we have Adam, who was the guy down on the door, who probably still is, who might have let you in. He's our infrastructure engineer. Shandor, who might turn up later, is like Becky, a PhD student in Galaxy Zoo. Brian, who's hiding in the back there and hiding in the back here, who's our lead front end developer. So when you go to a Zooniverse project and it all works amazingly, this is the guy that's responsible, and it does. This is Victoria, who some of you might have met at ZooCon last year, who's our humanities expert. Cam Allen, who's hopefully going to turn up for the pub later on. He didn't want to come to the boring part, he would do the pub. He's our lead back-end engineer. So when everything's working well and you don't even know it, it's this guy that's responsible. And that's the smartest I've ever seen him dressed in his life. He'll probably be in board shorts and thongs, as he calls them, which are flip-flops to the rest of us.
We said we were going to try and dress as smart as everyone.
This big guy here, who some of you might recognize, was meant to be joining us remotely with a fantastic video addressing you all, but he got spirited away to America because there's a very important space probe arriving at Pluto. He has to be taking care of that for the Sky at Night. So he unfortunately can't join us today. That's Chris, who's responsible for all of us actually sitting here and being friends, very much. Brooke, the fantastic Brooke Simmons of Galaxy Zoo and many other areas of the Zooniverse, which she's going to talk to you about today. And finally, last but also least, the strange guy who sometimes wears a skirt. That's me. And my job is basically to talk to you guys and talk to the scientists and just talk to people and then have people ask me what I actually do. If you want me to tell you what I do, I'll talk to you in the pub later on. I drink. So here's the schedule, just a quick overview of it today. So I told you we've got Becky talking to us about Stargazing Live, should be up first. We ran a project on BBC Stargazing Live this year. Hopefully some of you saw it and took part. Ali Swanson, our ecology expert, who isn't in the photo but is here today, thankfully. Victoria talking to us about the humanities. Alyssa Bands from Distitech is going to join us remotely. We've got Tom Hart from Penguin Watch, and finally Brooke's going to be up talking to us about all the crazy things that she does in the universe besides Galaxy Zoo. And after that, there's the important part. We get to go to the pub. We're going to the Royal Oak. Those of you who don't know where it is, there'll be a huge group of people leaving this this room and going directly there. And it's the pub where the whole Zooniverse began. Galaxy Zoo was first kind of thought up by Chris and Kevin in the Royal Oak, and that's why we go there at ZooCon. And finally, if you want to hashtag ZooCon 2015. And we've got some people actually joining us online, so I can wave to them. They can't see you, but hopefully they can hear us. The microphone's plugged in, it's working. So we actually have a very technical ZooCon this year compared to last year. Quite fun. Okay, well, I think it's time to get on to our actual first talk. So first up, we've got Becky. I do.
What? Hi everyone. Yay, technology. Hello. For those who haven't met me before, my name is Becky Smethurst. I am a Galaxy Zoo PhD student here in Oxford, working towards my thesis in galaxy evolution, thanks to all of your help with the classifications of that. So I'm looking at like why galaxies stop forming stars, and if that's dependent on what shape they are. If the sort of beautiful spiral galaxies stop forming stars at a different rate to the sort of boring blobs that you just go, oh, I have to click through this really quickly so I can get a nice one on Galaxy Zoo, that kind of thing. But the really cool thing about the Zooniverse is that you can get distracted a lot. And so one of my recent distractions was Snapshot Supernova, which we did run with BBC Stargazing Live earlier in March this year. And it was a really interesting project for us because it raised a lot of challenges in both its inception and how we carried it out, and how you guys would get involved as well. And so that's what I'm going to sort of like lay out for you today, is how difficult it was, and then also how successful it was as well, thankfully. So the idea was the SkyMapper team in Australia, so they run this big SkyMapper telescope in the background of this picture. They came to us and they said they'd have a huge amount of data from a telescope run they were going to do in March this year. And what they were looking for was supernova, these exploding stars. And they're not always there. You have to catch them sort of as they explode. They're not there for a very long time. They fade after that. And what they need to do is they need to compare both the recent image from a telescope with an old image, get a computer to subtract the two, and you would see if anything was different in those images, like in this one. So you have something that's in the center of those little crosshairs there. It's fuzzy in shape. It was obviously in this galaxy as well that you see in the foreground in the recent image and the library image. So we can be pretty sure that was a supernova. That's great. But the thing is, they need to get immediate follow-up on that image if they were to confirm A, that it was a supernova, and also B, what kind of supernova it was, and catch it before it faded enough time so that they have an idea of how bright it got and what point in its sort of explosion it was at. And so to do that, they need almost immediate feedback on these classifications. They needed you guys, basically, they needed the data to come off the telescope in Australia, as the sun rose there, be put through the computer to get the subtraction, classified by you guys in the next 12 hours so that by the time the sun set in Chile, on the other side of the world, they had a different telescope to follow up on those classifications if you guys found anything. How on earth do we go about doing that? Because the usual way that we do stuff is we launch a project and then you guys go away and you help us classify for like months, years maybe. And then we sort of say, okay, we'll retire all those subjects and we'll take those and we'll see what we got. It was far too late for these guys. And we've been thinking about doing this for a while because this is the kind of like future of astronomy. We're building these massive telescopes and they're going to get huge amounts of data from every single night of different things going off in the sky. And so we're like, right, we're going to have to try this. We're going to have to just bite the bullet and we're going to have to go with it. and we're going to have to try it. And we thought, all right, we need a lot of people, and we need someone to tell a lot of people to go do this. And so teaming up with the BBC and Brian Cox is generally a good idea for that, because when Brian Cox says go do something, people generally do that. He's very good at that. But also the thing is, like, we need you guys to understand what we're looking for. So, I mean, astronomers in the room look at this and immediately think, yeah, that's a great candidate. But obviously, you know, you guys maybe are actually the more experienced lot of the ZooCon, so maybe you also kind of immediately get a feel for what we're looking for. But, you know, my mum comes to it and she's like, what? And she hasn't got a clue. We need some way of, like, making sure that people know what we're looking for. So the questions we asked were things like, was it in the center of the crosshairs? Does it have a galaxy associated with it? Is it fuzzy? Is it diffuse? Or instead, does it look like something like this? The one on the right-hand side, you know, astronomers look at that and go, that's definitely not a supernova. But people get excited about that because they're like, oh, there's something there. And there wasn't anything in the other image, so it's probably something that's gone bang really far away. But because it's so square in shape and really sharp-edged, we immediately know that this is one of these cosmic ray events, this sort of just errant radiation from space that just hits the detector and fires off an event. And so that's probably, if you took part in this, that's what you saw quite a lot, is just this kind of errant event maybe going off. And sometimes they were asteroids as well. Asteroids generally looked a lot like supernova. They were fuzzy. They were often in the center because that's what got subtracted. But they didn't always have like a galaxy associated with them, which is the key thing we were looking for. So this is the reasons we asked you the questions that we asked. And that was great because it meant that you guys could go through all these 100,000 a night we got. So we did it Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday, and we had about 100,000 images each night that needed to be looked at, sort of shoved under the rug if they were nothing, or listed as top candidates. And we get a list of about 300, 400 to send to Chile about midnight after the show finished. Sort of like, we couldn't go to the hotel bar until we had this list to be like, there you go, Chile. Now take that, it's all in your hands kind of thing. And then we would go to sleep and we'd think, oh God, please, 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 one of them be a supernova. Because that was the idea, right? We don't want to make you look through 350,000 images and then there'd just be nothing at the end. That would be mean. That would just be cruel and not a good exercise at all. But this idea of this live classification, like we really need you to do it right now and you need to discover something right now, like I think people loved. I know I loved it. I loved the live nature of it. And this is a really cool video. I think this time, because it was live, we decided to build in this into the homepage. And I don't know whether anybody saw this, but this is the number of volunteers and classifications increasing at about 11 o'clock on the Tuesday night after launch. And that's live. That's not sped up at all. So we would literally just sat there going, look at the numbers rise up. Like we were so excited that people were really taking part in this and that they were going up so quickly.
Brian does that.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. It caused much excitement when we were there. And these are the final numbers we got. Nearly 2 million classifications and like 40,000 people that took part. Those are pretty good. That's 3 days worth of effort and 2 million classifications. As I said, 2 million classifications, did we get anything? Well, if you watch the show, you know that we did get something and it was very exciting. We got 4 new supernova. We did detect 5, one of them apparently had already been found, but we still found it anyway. And you can see the GIF up there flashing between like the old one and the new image. That was one of my favorites because on the end of right on the end of a spiral arm in a galaxy, and it just looked absolutely beautiful. It wasn't the one we wanted though. What we were really looking for was a type 1a, this really specific type of supernova that is a white dwarf that's basically orbiting around a big massive star, and it's sucking all the gas off that star. It's getting really greedy. It can't hold itself up when it reaches a specific mass and it explodes. And so it always goes off at the same energy because it always reaches the same mass and then goes. So that's what we were looking for. The rest of them were different supernova, just like, you know, normal sort of like massive star reached the end of its life and blows up. So type 1a is what we were looking for. And then they basically did an astronomical publication called a telegram that basically just like alerts all the astronomers in the world that we found these supernova. If you want to go away and look at them, here's their positions. The really cool thing about this is if you look at the names up on the top, yeah, you've got the Sky Mapper team right at the beginning, but then you have, it starts off with Chris Lintott, Grant Miller, Cam Allen, Brian Carstensen, Greg Hines, Adam McCaster, me, and then Ed Padgett in Adler as well. They're all the Zooniverse either team or developers. They're on an Astro publication. That was pretty cool. If you go a bit further down, second line up from the bottom is Brian Schmidt. That's the guy who won the Nobel Prize for the discovery of the accelerated expansion of the universe with supernova. So we were all like, yes, we're on a publication with Brian Schmidt. Like, it's fantastic. But the other people that are also on a publication with Brian Schmidt and all the rest of us is Zooniverse volunteers. Here you can see Monkey Monkey, Sweater, C. Thomas, don't know if anybody's in the room, but your names are on an astronomical telegram, which is pretty cool. And we were really excited by this. You know, we've like, these people have discovered a supernova. You were the ones that looked at these ones. And the BBC loved this as well. They were like, right, we need to really project now to the biggest British public that you guys found something. And so how do you do that? How do you put sort of like, take this and say, yeah, this is really cool, but I'm gonna give it a face. You find people. And so back to Earth, Dara's gonna hate that screenshot, but we found this guy, David Horman. He called in from Jersey. He discovered, he was one of the first ones to look at the Type 1a supernova. And he got to come on Back to Earth program. He got to Skype in. He got to talk about how excited he was that he actually discovered this. And that was really cool. We also found Lee as well, who's in the bottom right corner here. That was Lee Horsley he was in the Manchester area. His day job is a wheelchair basketball player. We were like, how cool is this guy? And he discovered one of the Type 2s, I think, which are these normal stars that blew up. And he just talks about how he probably doesn't even remember clicking on that one. Like, he clicked through so many. He just doesn't remember that one. But he remembers he just being so excited that he was really contributing to this effort and into something that's really live, you know, and that he knew that a telescope would be moving later if he did find something. It's pretty cool. But the idea was as well, that's cool, discovery is awesome, people like you finding supernova is awesome. But how do you get back to the British public and to you guys the science that we got out of this? Because there was a lot of science that came out of this. You know, supernova are cool. Supernova, especially Type 1a, let us work out how old the universe is. Because they always go bang with the same brightness, their apparent brightness therefore tells us how far away they are, and therefore how much the universe has expanded in that time. And then if you sort of rewind back, you can work out how old it is. And we thought, well, if that's all we know about the universe, that one supernova, we should be able to do this. This is a really simple calculation. It's one of these back of the envelope kind of calculations. So that's what we did. We did it on the back of an envelope. And it became Brian's next favorite thing in the whole world, and he wouldn't give me back, which I was very disappointed at. Because this was my envelope. I did this calculation and I was so proud of it. I'm so relieved. When the number in the top corner there, it says age, 14.03 billion years, gig years. That's 200 million years off the right answer. The British public found one supernova and managed to calculate the age of the universe to within 200 million years of the agreed answer. I mean, a round of applause for you guys in the British public for helping that out, because that's amazing. It's amazing what like the crowd can really do and what we can actually do with one data point, which is pretty awesome. And I still want that envelope back as well. And it was an online project, and we had a lot of love online as well. I think definitely the success of an online project, you can definitely measure in its memes that it generates as well. This is my favorite. There is a Venn diagram somewhere of universe volunteers and people who are interested in Disney, and there's me in the middle and maybe a couple of other people. But that was my favorite one. So this was awesome. We got real discoveries, we got real science, and we managed to convey that to the public in a way that a lot of people did, I hope, understood. And they loved it, and the response we had was incredible. The other thing we asked you to do at Stargazing was a little bit different for this universe. It wasn't classification. It wasn't images that we'd taken that we were then asking you to look at. What we were asking you to do is to take images of Orion. I don't know if any of you guys remember this on the show. This is an image I took of Orion when we went on a recent trip to Hawaii to observe some of the blue ellipticals from Galaxy Zoo. But we had really, really windy weather one night, so I decided just to break out my camera, and I took about 10-second observations of the sky. Just really short snapshots with a little tripod and like a digital camera that was like, you know, all these little Panasonic ones. And I was like, well, I can't see anything in the individual frames. It was literally just black on my camera screen. So I was like, I want to stack them. And so luckily there's this new program that somebody called Dustin Lang and a lot of other very clever coding people in New York have written that lets you take astronomical photographs and stack them together really easily, because it can tell that the sky has moved between each of the ones that you took. And so that was when I stacked them together, this is what I got. And I thought, that's pretty cool, you know? Like, I know Orion, it's also really weird that Orion's that low, by the way, but that's what it looks like when you're at that sort of far south, and it really freaks me out. Anyway, so that's really cool that 10 seconds gave me that. Like, that was so much more than I could see, you know, just with a single capture. So we were like, what if we could make the deepest ever image of Orion? If we didn't get just 10 short exposures from me, but we got that from, say, 1,000 people. And then we stacked all of those together. And we used this program that could figure out where it was in the sky and then stack them all together properly. We were like, well, that's a bit ambitious. How are we going to get 1,000 people to go out and take pictures of Orion when they might not have any experience with doing that, and they're going to take it and they're going to see nothing on the screen and think it's useless? Again, we got Brian Cox to help, and we got the BBC. We got an I Wonder site set up, which showed you how the program did this. It sort of looked for patterns that it recognized on the sky. It rotated them all to the right place, and then it stacked them together like that. And we were like, don't worry about your vantage point or if there's trees in the image. Don't worry about how clear it is. Don't worry about how deep it is. Don't worry about the quality of your camera. It'll all be fine. Just get whatever you can and send it in. And we'll see what we get, because we didn't know what we were going to get. We didn't know if we were going to get the deepest image of Orion or not, because obviously with telescopes, you can get very deep ones, but they're not very wide field. We wanted like deep and wide and beautiful, the kind of thing that you would see with, you know, sort of like naked eye that you can't ever capture with like a camera. And when the results came out, we were sat, it was like the third day of stargazing, we were just sat in the green room and we were just like, what are we going to get? Because with 100, it hadn't really done that much. And I was running it through again. And when the image popped out, we sat there for a long time in sort of stunned silence, because this is what we got. And it was just beautiful. I mean, it was incredible. What I love is like the tunnel vision nature of it, because everyone's mostly focused on the sort of belt stars. Should I turn the lights down a bit more so you guys can see this? Turn them off. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, all off. There we go. It just looks amazing, right? Everyone's focused on those middle belt stars. And so you get this kind of like tunnel vision where over here, like it's not as clear because not as many people had that part of the sky in their image. But as you get close to the center, it gets clearer and clearer. And it's just fantastic. You can zoom in on that central bit. Look at the detail you get with the Horsehead Nebula underneath that leftmost belt star. And the Orion Nebula down here as well. So bright. Absolutely beautiful. And it was one of those things that we were just so proud of that we've managed to get. Because again, it's the power of the crowd. And so this is really something that we are seriously thinking about for the future. Could we do this for the whole sky? We don't know. We really don't know. But maybe if, ooh, that's a bit bright now. Maybe if we had your efforts again, if you'd be willing to help us with whatever kit you've got at home, then maybe we could do this. And this was seriously one of the best experiences that, I don't know, speak for Grant as well, but me and Grant, I think, had. Because not only were we stacking beautiful images of Orion and we were watching your classifications go up and discovering supernova with you and talking to you on talk, but we were also going to watch the eclipse from Jodrell, and it was just incredible to be there. That was the moment the sun poked out again in the diamond ring, one where they sent a plane up with Liz Bonin on over the islands up north. And we got to watch it on the screen come through. And we got to see it with the glasses and hold up the colanders. And it was a fantastic experience, one which wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the Zooniverse. And if it wasn't for people like you guys who log on and love what we do and just want to be a part of it so that we can continue doing stuff like this. So I just want to say a massive, massive big thank you. And it's really nice to see you all guys again. Thanks.
It did really suck, the part where we had to like sit in the hotel next to the hotel bar watching everyone post show having a great time drinking while we were like, we really need to get some candidates up to Chile. But it was worth it in the end.
Yeah, it was worth it.
Does anyone have, like, we've got plenty of time for questions and stuff today, so please feel free to ask away any questions you've got that you want to ask Becky. John?
Yeah, snapshot supernova theory closed in, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
On the slide you showed there, it's 7% completed.
Yeah, so this was the weird thing. We didn't want candidates to get retired early. So you know how in say in Galaxy Zoo, when about 40 people have looked at an image, we say, okay, that's great, you know, retire that image. We don't need any more people to classify it. What we wanted to make sure was that images didn't get retired in Snapshot Supernova. We wanted to make sure there was as many people as possible that looked at it because we needed as many candidates as possible. And so we set the retirement limit really high. I can't remember what the number was. Was it like 100 or something.
Around about that.
Yeah. So basically, the 7% completed was those who actually been looked at by like 100 people, whereas the rest of them we were still getting information on. So the 7% completed was like those are the ones who retired, but really we've already found candidates and the work was done. So.
Anyone?
Did you get to meet Buzz Aldrin once we were there? Was it a different day?
No. I rocked up on the Wednesday. He was there on the Tuesday. You guys got to meet him, right?
Yes, so me and Chris were in the green room, which sounds really fancy, the green room at Stargaze Live, but it's actually just a cupboard at George O'Bank.
It's really
We
not
were
that
sitting
fancy.
on the desk. We had actually
With K9, may I add.
under the desk behind us, under a tartan rag. Someone came in and lifted it up, and it was actually a K9.
The real K9.
So we're sitting in this. Me and Chris just sitting working away, like getting everything ready, and there's like a wall, a very thin wall here, and then another room, obviously, like down the corridor, and we just hear this voice like talking, like he's like, "Oh, how you doing? Like, you know, can you tell us some of the stories?" And you know, he just starts going on about the entire like moon landing event, like from like the preparation to going the whole way, like the whole trip, everything they did when they got there, what it was like, what Neil Armstrong was like, what Michael Collins was like, all this kind of stuff. Just chatting away because they were kind of trying to figure out what they would want to ask him on the show. So we're just sitting there, like me and Chris with these like huge smiles on our faces, like working away. Like basically just Buzz Aldrin's there in a moment and he's just hearing him tell the entire story of his trip to the moon. And then later on, the only point where I actually like stood next to him and talked to him, I'll never forget, because it wasn't that. I mean, what do you say? I was thinking the whole time, I was like, what do you say if you meet Buzz Aldrin, possibly the most famous living human being?
I would
on the
probably put
planet?
out like the worst, most awkward question. Like,
Yeah.
did you poop in space or something?
And
I just like
It's
I would just
actually-
whip from it. Like.
Daryl Brain had the best question. He asked him, when you woke up on the moon, did you think you were like still at home? Like, did you forget where you were for a brief moment? Which is a great question. No, but I didn't know and I wasn't prepared, and actually it just happened. I was in the lunch queue like this, and some people shuffled around, and he came in and joined the lunch queue right next to me. And he looked up at me and a couple of other people next to him, and he said, "Why do they call it a queue? In America, it's a line. Why do they call it a queue?" And I just stood there like that. Buzz Aldrin just asked me one of the most mundane questions I could ever imagine. I had no answer. Normally I've got a witty comeback to everything. I was just like, I have no idea, sorry Buzz. I'll have the chicken, please. And that was it. But no, he actually came across as like a really kind of wonderful guy.
Yeah.
I should have sat down, but as you can imagine, there was 200 people there who wanted to speak to him.
We were at the bottom of the food chain.
It was a very amazing experience, and as Becky said, it was due to you guys very much that I get those chances to do things like that now, so thank you. Yeah. There was maybe one other question for Becky.
It's okay, well, stupid questions. I think I have one.
There's
Why
no
all
such
those
thing.
candidates were just in the center of the picture?
Sorry?
All those candidates for supernovas,
Mhm.
if I got it correctly, they were quite center.
Yeah.
central in the picture.
Mhm.
Is that
Yeah, that's the computer program that would subtract stuff like that. So basically what it does is it goes through the images, and if it finds anything that's different, it will center it on that for you guys and put the crosshairs on it. So that's the good thing about the computing sort of side of things, that it can do that. It's this sort of segue into the future of, as computers get better, they will be able to whittle out more of the boring stuff for us. So they were working at, after basically you guys have gone through and done all the classifications, they're working on now and improving that algorithm that subtracted stuff originally so that it got better at recognizing when something wasn't a candidate. And it's also, we're getting that across basically a lot of the different fields now in, you know, astronomy and ecology and stuff like that. So we were just at the National Astronomy meeting in Llandudno in Wales. And there was some work presented where they've been working on like a really, really deep Hubble image of a cluster of galaxies. And they were working on whether they could detect whether they were spiral or whether they were elliptical or not. And their algorithm was getting better at it. And we were like, that's really cool. That's great. You'll now be able to whittle out the stuff that you click through really quickly on galaxies that you're like, I just want something cool and rare, because the cool and rare stuff is the stuff the computers can't do. And in the future, with like these huge telescopes we're building, the extremely large telescope that's going up, the European one, is going to get like 1 billion images of galaxies. And even if the computer is like 99% accurate at that, that's still a million images we'll have at the stuff that's really cool that the computer didn't quite know what to do with. And so it'll kind of, in the future, we're hoping it'll be like a joint effort between computers and then volunteers, humans.
Thanks, Becky.
Yeah.
Want to thank Becky again? That would be great. Okay, next up we've got our ecology expert Ali Swanson, who some of you might remember from ZooCon last year when she joined us remotely, but she's actually now come to work for the Zooniverse. We managed to convince her that that was a good idea. And last year she banged on her desk a lot while she was doing her talk, which some of you might remember. So feel free to bang on the desk again.
But this time it won't be.
Well, this time it'll be our viewers
Yeah.
online that are having trouble.
Oh.
Yeah, Ali's going to talk to us about lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
I'm sorry, I didn't get well, but it was really great to see all you guys. I'm really excited about the book. So we'll have them to do it another time.
So quick question, since I couldn't see any of you guys last year, how many of you were here at last ZooCon? Okay, cool. So about half or a little more. Great. For those of you who weren't, or also as a quick refresher, so you might think that Snapshot Serengeti is a great excuse to just look at animals, pictures of animals online with pictures like this, or this, or this. But there is actually science behind Snapshot Serengeti. And as a sort of 60-second introduction, the photos that you're seeing all come from a large-scale camera trapping survey set out in the center of Serengeti National Park. There are 225 cameras, and I set these out in Serengeti as part of my doctoral dissertation research. Now, Serengeti is famous for the annual migration of 1.5 million wildebeest and zebra and gazelle, and it boasts some of the highest predator and prey concentrations in the world. And so my research focused on how predators interact with each other, but my colleagues and I quickly discovered that there's a whole slew of questions that you could answer about the ecosystem with these pictures, not just about how predators interact with each other, but how they interact with prey. And how prey interact with each other. And so even though I'm no longer in Serengeti, I'm now a postdoc here at the Zooniverse, the study is going on. And we're hoping that Snapshot Serengeti, the fieldwork, will continue for as long as the funding lasts to help us understand how the system as a whole works. So what I want to talk about is sort of what's happened with the images and the data since last year and that have come out of the Snapshot Serengeti platform, how we're turning these amazing photos and your classifications into new science and discovery. The first thing, and this is really exciting, is we've just published our first scientific paper with Snapshot Serengeti data. This came out in Nature's scientific data publication about a month ago, and it actually received an unexpected amount of press coverage, which is funny because I was at a science journalism conference in Korea, the one where Tim Hunt made his famous comment. I was not actually at that luncheon, but everyone was busy talking about it afterwards. So I was at this science journalism conference, and one of the things I was trying to say is that, we get a lot of press when we launch a project, but typically not as much coverage when we produce research and discovery out of that project. And so it was funny because when this came out, we actually got a ton of press on the publication, which was a contradiction to everything I was saying at this conference, but it was really nice because it was a chance to get to share the outcome, like this flip side of the story, like the whole picture with how citizen science is contributing to research. So this paper provides a foundation. So actually first, it's really exciting because as an academic, papers are the currency
sort of through which I gain credibility. So it's exciting for me, just on a personal level. But it's really exciting because this paper provides the foundation that all sorts of subsequent Snapshot Serengeti publications can rest on. In it, we describe not just the field methods, but also the Snapshot Serengeti interface and how we turn all of your classifications, many classifications per image, into a single, final, very accurate answer. And so what it does is it gives us something to point to that demonstrates that citizen science can be an incredibly powerful tool for analyzing ecological data. And that's really important because ecology seems to be lagging a little bit behind on accepting how citizen science can work for ecology. So we get a lot of questions when we try to publish papers or write grant proposals saying, how do you know the data is any good? And we can say, well, here, you know, this is how. So that's exciting. We have something to point the skeptics to. But also, this publication publishes the entire Snapshot Serengeti data set. 1.2 million photographs and all of the associated data from the first 6 seasons of Snapshot Serengeti are online, are freely available for anybody to download. You don't need to be affiliated with an academic institution. You can go to Nature's scientific data website and download the data. And so whether you are studying an ecologist studying species interactions in Serengeti or elsewhere, or whether you're a computer vision researcher who wants an enormous training data set to help train and test your computer algorithms, you can do it. Or if you just want to download the data and see what you can see, you can do that. So for all of you guys here, if you guys are nerds like me and like playing with data, you can do that. But so this kind of data publishing is new in ecology. So it seems like astronomy is a little bit ahead of a lot of other fields. And so both in terms of publishing catalogs of the data that your classifications contribute to, and in terms of developing really good approaches to producing good data out of all of these Zooniverse projects. And so because this is new for ecology, one of the things that we want to do with the Snapshot Serengeti dataset is to come up with approaches that can help guide future ecological research using these methods. So yeah, so with that, so I want to take a little bit of a closer look at producing good data, right? So what we did in this first paper is we know we took a sample set of about 4,000 images, and we had experts classify them, and that's how we were able to compare the volunteer classifications, your guys' classifications, and our plurality algorithm that basically takes a plurality vote per image to come up with a final answer. So we were able to compare the final answer produced by your clicks with expert answers, and we found that it was right 97% of the time, which is really, really, really good. But we want to dig a little deeper into that 97% and figure out where that 3% is, what things are hard, what things are easy, and how other projects can do the same thing. So first, even though overall the plurality algorithm, the final answer, sort of the final data set, is 97% correct, this varies from species to species. So some species are simply easier than others or harder than others. So this is a giraffe. If you only ever see the legs of a giraffe, you know it's a giraffe. Giraffes are easy. They're very visually striking, like zebras or porcupines or hippos. But some species are harder than others. And so digging into this error a little bit more, there are 2 types of error that we have when we're looking at species classifications. So this shows a list of the various species that were in our expert data set. And there's 2 types of error I want to look at. One is false negative error. And that's when you miss something given that it's there, right? If you have a picture of an aardwolf and it gets classified as something else, that's a false negative. False positive error is when you say you see something when it's not really there, right? So if you're like, oh, this image is definitely of a striped hyena, but it's actually not, right? So these two types of errors are sort of flip sides of the same coin, but they have very different implications for the ecological analyses that use these data. So looking just at the false negative error, so these species are ordered in sort of according to their error rates. And first thing I want to point out is that all of these animals here have 0 false negative error rates. These animals are really easy, right? So for the most part, you guys are really good at classifying the vast majority of animals perfectly, at least with respect to false negative error. And yeah, so most animals are pretty easy. When we look at the false positive error, we see that if species are hard, they're hard really in only one dimension or the other. Animals with high false negative rates have low false positives, and vice versa. So, and even with that, there's this group of species in the middle that have 0 error all around. And these animals are ones like giraffes, hippos, male lions, porcupines, ones that are visually striking, that you know what they are, even if you've never seen them before. It's very easy to figure out what it is because not a whole lot looks like a porcupine, right? So, okay. So for the most part, the vast majority of species are easy. If they're not, they're hard in only one way or another. You don't get a lot of species that have high rates of both types of error. But so what makes a species hard? When we take all of those error points and we plot them as these points against the total number of pictures of an animal in the data set, we see that species with few photographs have really high rates of error. So, these points, the pink ones are the false negative error, right? And so the false negative on the left, false positive on the right. If we move all those points to a scatter plot, we find that both types of error tend to be higher with rare species. This is total captures on the x-axis. Both of these axes are log transformed. But yeah, so rare species are harder, and this makes sense, right? I mean, one, you don't have nearly as much of an opportunity to learn what they look like. So aardwolves and striped hyenas drive me crazy because, like, at first glance they look really similar, and every time I go away and then come back to these images after a few months, I have to really think about what the differences are. But once you look at both of those animals for a long time, it's very easy to see the differences. But so rare species, you just don't get a lot of opportunity to really see what they look like. Also, with false positives, people are very excited about the possibility of seeing a rhino, right? So this is good and bad because it means that 9 times out of 10, what gets classified as a rhino really isn't. But if a rhino is in the picture, we never, ever, ever miss it. So a lot of conservation studies, a lot of camera trapping studies that will probably use approaches like this to process data really care about the rare species. And so if rare species have high error and rare species are so rare that even a little bit of error matters and can really affect analysis, we need to figure out how to focus our attention on these images. And fortunately, because we send every image to many different people, as you all know, as is like the basis of Zooniverse approach to citizen science, we can use the variance in these answers to predict which images are likely to have been classified correctly or incorrectly. Specifically, for Snapshot Serengeti, we use what we call an evenness metric. Evenness is really a measure of the amount of disagreement in the answers. So this graph it's just a box plot showing the distribution of evenness scores for images that were classified correctly or incorrectly when compared to expert answers. And evenness, it's a slightly more complex measure of sort of variance, but essentially, if you show an image to 10 people and every single person says it is a giraffe, then that image has an evenness score of 0 because everyone says the same thing. If you show everyone an image and every single person says it's something different, then that has an evenness score of 1. And so, so the higher the evenness score, the more disagreement, the more evenly spread the answers are, the more disagreement, the harder that image is, and the more likely it is to be wrong. So what this does is it gives us a tool that we can use to target our focus on images. We can target our attention. So for example, let's say you take an evenness threshold of 0.5, right? And this is on a scale of 0 to 1, sorry. So 0.5, and you say, all right, I just want, because like I can't afford any error, I'm only gonna look at images with an evenness score of less than 0.5. And 99.7% of them are gonna be correct, because that evenness score helps us target images that are likely to be wrong, or sorry, right or wrong. And so everything above that, you can say, depending on your needs as a researcher, you can say, I'm either going to exclude it, or I'm going to go in and take a closer look at those images. And so as researchers start using these approaches for their own data analysis, they need to figure out like where this threshold is, how much accuracy, how much error is okay. What do you do with the images that are quite likely to be wrong? Do you take a closer look at them? Are there too many to look at? How do you balance your effort? So fortunately, also really cool, we can use this evenness metric to figure out how many pairs of eyes need to look at an image before we're comfortable that it's right. So this is actually one of my favorite exercises in data analyses with snapshot Serengeti data, partly because I'm a nerd and really love the coding side of this, but also because I think this reveals some really important insights that we'll need to take into future projects. So what this plot shows you is the likelihood of an image being correctly classified after every additional volunteer, after every one of your clicks. And we did this because for this sample set of about 4,000 images, we know what the right answers are. And we go back and we subsample for every image. We say, okay, what's the final answer if we just ask one person? What if we ask 2 people? What if we ask 10? And so you can see that, that if you ask one person to classify an image, it's right about 85% of the time. But if you ask 3 people, that jumps up to over 90% accuracy, which is a huge gain by just asking 3 people to look at every image. And you can see that accuracy levels off around 10, but continues to climb up a little slowly. But this is just for all images overall, right? Oh, and I should say that, so for snapshot Serengeti data, we probably could take an image out of circulation now after 10 people have looked at it. We leave snapshot Serengeti data up because you guys blow through it faster than we can bring it in, and there's a lot of classrooms that use the interface to teach students about ecology or animals, and so we leave it up for educational use. So we get more classifications than we need, and we're able to do this really cool analysis to figure out very precisely what the additional gain is. So it's really kind of fun. Okay, but this red line shows you the average image. But we know that some images are easier or harder than others. So what do those look like? Well, the blue line is images that are easy. And the green line is images that are hard. And so so after every additional classification, if you calculate that evenness metric and then assign the image to easy if the evenness score is less than 0.5 and hard if the evenness score is greater than 0.5, then you start to see these different trajectories. So what this shows is that and you start at 2 people because you can't really classify evenness meaningfully for 1 person. But what you see is that easy images are very quickly classified almost perfectly, right? If an image is easy, it's like it's right 96% of the time with just 3 people. If an image is hard, it takes a lot more people to get it right, because you just need more eyes looking at it. And so what this does is it provides a tool for us to optimize efficiency. So we can say, you know, after 3 images, after 3 people have looked at this photo, let's figure out what the evenness is, and let's decide if it needs more people. So it gives us a way to dynamically retire photographs from circulation. And while, again, this isn't so much of a concern for snapshot Serengeti, optimizing efficiency is going to be increasingly important as the number of ecologically focused projects grows. Because even existing on the Zooniverse right now, a lot of the other ecology projects that ask people to classify animals are struggling to keep up with the number of photographs that they have. So on Condor Watch, on Seafloor, I guess Seafloor has been finished, but there are a lot, as Condor Watch and Chicago Wildlife Watch, which are very similar. And as the Zooniverse, so with the new Zooniverse platform, the number of ecology projects is about to grow dramatically. So every day we get inquiries, we get requests from ecologists saying, I need a snapshot Serengeti, I need a seafloor explorer, I need to process, like I've got all of these photos and I need a way to go through them. And previously, we've had to say, you know, I'm sorry, we simply don't have the development effort to do this. But now, with our new platform, which includes this ability to build your own citizen science project, ecologists can now build it themselves. Everyone can build a project themselves. You guys can build a project. So we've done this with Snapshot Serengeti, a spin-off. We recently launched Wildebeest Watch, which actually asks you guys to look a little deeper into what wildebeest are doing in photos, so that we can paint a clear picture of how the migration happens and how they collectively make decisions about where to go. But whether it's wildebeest or whales, anybody can build a project, meaning that we are about to have a lot more images that are asking for volunteer clicks, meaning that figuring out how to produce good data and do it efficiently is really important. So I guess, yeah, I love this picture. I know, it's really cute. Right, so, you know, we're looking to a future in ecology with lots of citizen science. And other fields as well, but I'm really excited because every time I go to a conference and present on this, everyone's like, we need this, you know, like camera traps and technology is changing the way that we collect data. We can collect more of it than ever before. But now citizen science is changing the way that we turn that data into new discovery. And so it's really exciting to be at the Zooniverse on the forefront of that. And if you want to get a hold of me, Twitter and email, I'm reachable.
Does anyone have any questions?
Ali, when you were showing those
Mm-hmm.
that last slide,
Mm-hmm.
last graph,
Yep.
you had the difficult image at the bottom.
Yep.
And the graph rose for the first, like, a half dozen of them, and then it dropped off. And
Yeah.
It never really recovered. Do you understand why?
No, let me pull that up. Okay, so that seems to have disappeared. Project, where'd you go? There's my emails. All right. Yeah. Okay. So,
yeah, that's what that's the green one.
you know, I don't. I mean, so these are. I mean, so they are randomly sampled. However, like the variants, like should include that. I don't know why that happens. One thing.
If you ignore the green line and just look at the numbers, the city is really marked. It comes up and drops off. Comes up.
But then it comes. Is there a pointer in here? No. But then it kind of rises again.
And then drops.
Yeah.
Again, and then
Right.
drops.
So I don't know why so it kind of goes and there's some wiggle room. So one thing is that even numbers, so occasionally there's ties, right? And it's with the plurality algorithm, we take as the species answer the species that got just the most votes. And so if you have an even number, sometimes you get a tie. is our even number of classifiers. You can get a tie, like 2 species like had the same number of votes in there, even though there's only 1 species in the image. And so oftentimes, so that's why like with 2 classifiers, it kind of drops after 1. And so with 10, I'm kind of assuming that's what happens. But I don't know.
Could this also be reflecting the rate of entrance of new inexperienced classifiers?
Yeah, oh, and you know what this actually, so to create this, what I did is every time, so had a set of images and had 1 classifier or 2 classifiers and said, okay, what's the evenness score? Is this image easy or hard? If it's hard, it's down here. What's the likelihood of it being correct? After 2 classifiers with a hard score. And so after every classifier, images are shifting between the blue and green line. So it's a different subset of images. So that might also explain it, because it's subsampling it. So it's things that have so actually, because images are probably getting, I think images are getting harder here because
we're not looking at a constant subset of the data here. It's
for the blue and the green, no.
So you're swapping between
Yeah. So images here, if they still have low evenness scores all the way out there, they're really, really, really hard. So I suspect that. So basically, if an image, after having been seen by 10 people, if an image still has a low evenness score, it might just be impossible. So does that make sense? Yeah. So things that still have low scores out here are probably really hard or impossible, and you might never. So I think that's why accuracy sort of drops off.
Has anybody applied this sort of technique to the Zoo to the Galaxy Zoo data?
So it's hard to do this in real time because I think you need to process a lot of data all at once. I think it's hard to integrate into the live classification system because the computers have to do an awful lot, like rapidly, and so the only project I know that's done that has been Spaceworks, right, where they sort of on a daily basis evaluate where every image stands. And say, okay, has it, are we certain about it? If we're not, leave it. If we're certain about it, yeah. But so I think every other project right now still has sort of static rules that say, after it's been seen by 10 people or 20 people, take it out. But I think that we're hoping to start implementing these much more dynamic approaches sort of at the end of every day or at the end of every classifier. Has it been seen enough? It's just,
we're also in the Spaceworks working on the idea of not just has it been seen enough, but has it been seen by someone who's really good at telling what it is. So Spaceworks has worked for a while on identifying user weightings. So not that saying some of your rubbish and some of your but some people are more experienced on a certain task, and we're looking at the idea of if something's about to be retired and it could be lost forever, let's check and see if an expert on the project has seen it, and if not, maybe send it to them and get kind of final check before it, one last chance before it goes out.
The dangerous to why they're difficult images. Presumably there's some in there where you've got a whole animal that you don't see very often, and some of them where you've got any.
Yeah, exactly. So difficult images tend to happen in 2 ways. One, some species are just harder than others, right? Like Topi and hartebeest, especially in certain lighting, look a lot alike because they're both slopey. Grant's and Thompson's gazelles are very similar. So first, there's species that are just harder than others, but then on top of that, like the quality of the image, the amount of the animal that's in the image can make it difficult or impossible to tell what that animal is, even if you can tell there's an animal. So yeah, so
some of them is going to come down to a guess.
Absolutely, and some images are simply, some images are simply not resolvable. So about 0.8% of all snapshot Serengeti images, we think the experts can't even, I can't tell what they are. My PhD advisor can't tell what they are. We're like, I don't know. So not all images have a resolvable answer. Yes,
We start off talking about excitement about getting some press interest in something. Do you actively try and get press interest, or just amongst the academic,
Um,
or to the general public? If there's something really exciting,
Right.
maybe that's relevant to the Galaxy Zoo stuff as well. But how do you approach that?
When we launch projects, absolutely, we do press releases. The projects do press releases, and when we publish, the journals of the universities will often put out a press release on the science that's come out of it. But I think that's actually one of the ways in which we as a team can be better about saying, you know, here's like, this is something that we as a Zooniverse helped made possible. You know, let's help coordinate on announcing this. And so we do this with the Daily Zooniverse blog on Twitter. But I think that there are other avenues where we can be like, where we can sort of more formally promote that with science journalists. Yeah.
So to increase the accuracy, specifically to decrease the false negatives,
Mhm.
do you think it's a totally crazy idea to let people know what previous classifiers have done or have found?
So previously, so we don't do that because right now we want every, so when you're classifying an image, we want every classification to be sort of independent. But we're interested in exploring that. You know, how does this external information bias? I mean, so I think one of our concerns is that, you know, if you think it might be a leopard or a cheetah and someone else is like, oh yeah, it's totally a cheetah, then you're like, yeah, it probably is, as opposed to maybe weighing, you know, your own observations. And we find that that's not, I mean, so experts actually tend to have higher, well, so rare animals tend to have higher false positives, right? So someone's like, oh my gosh, this is totally a rhino. And then I come along and I'm like, oh my God, it can't be a rhino because there's like 20 rhinos in the entire park. But sometimes if there is an ambiguous picture, you know, I'm quick to write that off as a warthog instead of a rhino. And sometimes it's really a rhino, right? Just so like that bias that I bring to it, knowing how rare that is, actually in some cases can make me as an expert wrong, right? And so I think, and we see that with other projects where as people gain experience, the types of classifications, the types of errors, or the types of discoveries change. And so I think that's one of the reasons we don't, but it is something that I think we're curious about exploring.
In terms of human nature, you know, if you know what people are classified, but it is a high notice, probably, just my opinion, it's probably better just to classify yourself and then
Right.
afterwards. It's like
Yep.
herd mentality or spread.
Right, absolutely. And the nice thing about, you know, being able to have all these answers and classify and creating metrics around them is that once we have everyone's answers, we can figure out which images are likely to be wrong and go back and review them or something else. Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in the whole thing about, you know, accuracy and experience and how that comes in. And I was just wondering, because, you know, it's not if I'm new to doing a particular project, I just think, oh God, my answer's going to be so wrong. And I kind of hope that maybe every time they get slightly less wrong, or at least it's going to be counterbalanced by the people. But I mean, for any of the projects, do you, like Rob was saying about the spacewalks, I mean, do you weight the data or sometimes according to, you know, the sort of the accuracy, or you know, do you sometimes go in and look at particular ones and go, right, that they've got a higher accuracy rate than others, so we'll weight their classifications strongly?
So for Snapshot Serengeti, we don't really need to. So one of the things that we try and do is do whatever is as simple as possible that gets the job done. And so for Snapshot Serengeti, the analysis is so much easier if you just treat everybody the same. And we get data that's about 97% correct overall without using any sort of user weighting. We actually did run an analysis. Our data scientist, Greg, who's not here today, incorporated a user weighting. Incorporated user weighting into an analysis, and it bumped up our overall accuracy by about 0.7%. So which is a trade-off, So in some cases, it really matters. So for SpaceWorks and for some of the other Astro projects, user weighting is really important. And with Snapshot, we do find that people tend to get better with time, which makes sense. I mean, you learn what these animals look like. But for us, we don't incorporate into the analysis because you guys are so good that we don't need to. So.
Right, thanks, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again. Great. Okay, so we've got time for a break. You'll be glad to hear there's some kind of Scottish cuisine out in the foyer and some juice as well. So go out, feel free to mingle and chat. There's one other thing I'm going to say to you. I'm going to try something really crazy. Ali introduced you to the idea of the new project builder, and I'm sure a lot of you have already seen it. To demonstrate how easy it is, I'm going to attempt to build a project during the next few talks. What I'd like to do is for anyone who will consent, take a picture of you and make a project with all of our faces in it. Also, if you're keen to do that, then just let me know when I come up to you with my phone and try and take a picture. If you don't want to be in it, just tell me how to take a picture of you. If you want to be a collaborator on the project, I can add you by your username. So if you would please write your username on the board when you come back in from the break or before you go out, that would be fantastic, and I can add you as a collaborator. So for example, I am Mr. Bok. Don't ask why. And anyone else who wants to add his name, but yeah, there we go. Maybe about 20 minutes for a break. So. Okay, Tom.
So my student.
Yeah. So I can probably write all of his stuff into yeah.
Sorry.
There might be a few ones, but they're down in one place, just region of the park, and they're guarded. So we're not actually allowed to the area with all the research. Yeah, so it's actually kind of safe because the researchers that are working on
Oh, not so shabby. Yeah, I've just written it, so we're good. I found out what the confusion was. Your email said this weekend, and your attachment said last year's date.
Really?
So I had it written in as last year's date.
The attachment said last year's date?
Yeah.
Right.
Just the one with the scheduling, so it wasn't. I doubt it went out to many people. Oh no, I'm just testing it.
No. Sorry, I just for the.
That's okay.
That's not for sure.
I know.
Andy.
My wife convinced me not to put it on because it wasn't appropriate to be. That's why.
How you doing, Brooke?
I'm alright.
Long time no see.
Yeah. Hasn't been since the last ZooCon, has it?
No.
There's been a couple of those times.
I'm sure we've been in a pub.
Yeah,
Since then.
undoubtedly.
Have you spoken yet? Or do I get...
No, I am headlining apparently.
Sweet.
Yeah. I saw that. I was like, wait. Okay. So I have to try to wrap it up.
What do you mean? No.
Yeah, totally. Sorry. Okay.
It showed up a minute ago. Where's it gone?
Yeah, that's weird. It was there.
That's it. All yours, dude. If you want to test. How goes?
Oh,
What's
you
he
know,
doing?
busy. I've just had ridiculously national astronomy meeting. That's always crazy. And then interview for lectureship yesterday.
Oh, cool. Whereabouts? Oh, right.
Yeah. I don't know much about it. But everyone sort of has that reaction.
Yeah.
Sort of
No, I know roughly where it is, but.
Yeah. So, you're
Yeah. Near.
Manchester and Preston and Lancaster.
Oh, in the UK?
Yeah, yeah.
I think they meant like the ZooCon.
No,
the Northern Territory.
No, the University of Central Lancashire.
Oh.
Oh, it's funny. So everybody has that reaction anyway, because they're like,
I was like,
Weston.
yeah.
It's,
Wow. So lecture, they can argue with that.
No, yeah, I'm like, what is it? I was teaching pretty much. Like, all they wanted me to bring to prepare was teaching stuff, and then I was like, you want to know about my research? They were like, well, you said a research perspective, and we'll talk about it in the interview. And then we talked about it for all of like 5 minutes, and their main question about it was like, tell us which of your papers are going to be reputable.
At least that's simple and brutally honest. I mean, we all know that's what it is. So.
Yeah, so,
Nice, that'd be fucking Wow. What about the last?
yeah, well, it was just sort of like, okay, I'm not sure that they individually seem to be cool, but they were very direct about what they wanted to think. Even though it's like, this is clearly a research thing, you also have to teach 3 courses in my first year, I don't get any work done. I don't get any research, I teach 3 courses in the first year. It's the summer, you know, yeah. But, I don't know, but it was an experience anyway.
That is the trouble, I think, about the smaller places. It's everywhere, but particularly the small places. They want everything.
Yeah.
They really want how many teach.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason they're hiring at all is there's one of their senior people is leaving and has been teaching a bunch of it. Well, it is like going half time or something. So
Can you get their courses? I mean, that's
yeah,
at
so
least
that's the thing. He's like, I spoke to him and he said, you know, you can teach one.
at least it's
Something, it's a starting point.
probably doesn't have it, but maybe.
Yeah, I did speak with him and talk, and he's clearly like a very classic astronomer, like one of those people who knows all about like the constellations and stuff. He knows where all his targets are and what constellations, and we're like, why don't you just use the sky coordinates? Like, it's irrelevant what constellation it's in. And he's just really old school. He asked, not me, but in the practice lecture he had to give, he asked one of the candidates where the sun was in the sky right now. She's a solar physicist, which means she sits and does models like on her computer all the time. You know, she doesn't go out and be like, let's see what it looks like today. That's not. And she was like, it's overhead because it's almost noon. And he was like, wow, because obviously we're in the north, it's not straight overhead, and he was looking for, and she was just like, you're completely misunderstanding the work that I do. Yeah. So she came out of it, she was like, I'm a solar physicist, and I answered wrong the question where the sun was at noon. So at least I didn't do the worst.
Yeah, but still, that's a cool.
It was just him. Everybody else was. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
I know, I think that's just really, if you find it. That's it. That turns out it is. Yeah, not too. Oh, I didn't have fun. Yeah.
That's the
Just realised I can't read my own writing. No, definitely not. Definitely not.
But that was, there's two people.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's that way over. And then.
Be careful with your fingers. I've honestly got my keyboard recruit in it.
You see, you're down a couple of fingers on it.
I think so. Well, it's okay. Last year I broke my ankle here at ZooCon.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Was this after a particularly bad session?
Right. It had been raining, and it was after the real earth. We then went through to Floyd, cocktail place. And it wasn't because of alcohol. It was because I was wearing flip-flops, floated flip-flops. It was raining, and I was walking down the stone staircase, and I slipped, and then my ankle.
Oh dear. Well, no, it's not.
Still carried on working on it. I only went to A&E the next day after any of the photos were cheesy and actually to go and have X-rays.
So when did you get back to London?
No, on Sunday at the John Radcliffe here in Oxford. But then they wouldn't give me crutches or anything like this, so I had to make my way all the way back to London, walking on a broken ankle. And then misdiagnosed me initially. They initially said it was just an X-ray, but it turned out to be a broken ankle. It was excruciating, absolutely excruciating. But so it didn't dampen the weekend. Yeah, it's still carried on past here.
Yes, combined with these services, I'm not sure. Yes, I should figure out something right. Threat of fire. No, that's not right. But yeah, so that's kind of cool to do that. Obviously, I'll be in Norwich.
That way.
Oh, I see how if I can imagine myself.
One second, real quick.
Well, I just tried to open the laptop from the wrong side.
So I don't think we could expect it to be out. Yeah, so that's upgraded to something. It took about. Yeah, maybe it's just because I do that.
I love it.
Oh, yeah. So you just So yeah, it's come out.
Did he actually really not realise that?
Yeah, I'm slowly put the pinky on the table.
sure you got to move to you get injured every time you come.
Yes.
These questions, but I'm curious
Yeah. If you haven't already put your username up on the board, please do. Or dictate to me, even. Yeah.
Yes, you did.
I'm sure mine is. Yeah. Well, I think it's because it's sort of probably almost like Are you going to turn that on or is it already on? Are you turning that on or is it already on? I know. But is that not capturing sound?
It is capturing
right now.
Yes.
That's what
People watching can hear us. The large red light there means that it's on.
Maybe and then stop and nothing's happening.
Okay, everyone. Surprisingly, we're actually running on time for once. The next talk up is from Victoria, who many of you will have met last year. Victoria is our humanities expert. So when we're all busy thinking about pictures of stuff, she's the one dealing with the actual words and things like that that people want to try and add to her site. And it's a very complex problem. So we're glad we've got her tackling it. And she's going to talk you through our humanities efforts right now.
Thanks, Grant. I have a small number of images from a forthcoming project, which I will hand out and just ask you to pass around in some way. And can I just ask, is there anybody in the audience who has a bit of a humanities background or a secret yearning for the humanities? Is this a safe place? Okay, so there's like 1.5 people. That's great. Okay. So, nota bene, the subtitle of this talk. I do really want to hear what you all want to do next. What I'm going to talk about today are what I think of as our experiments in the humanities. What have we learned from the sciences and what do we want to sort of port over into the way that we conduct humanities? There are a number of crowdsourcing projects in the humanities already, particularly in text transcription, that are practiced at universities and libraries all around the world. But I think that we can do it better, basically. So if you had to have a guess as to what is the biggest problem facing humanities scholars today, and thinking about what you have in your hands, or what some of you have in your hands. Can anybody take a guess?
Handwriting.
What about handwriting? Exactly. And why might it be a job for humans and not for computers?
Because we're used to interpreting that kind of varied data.
That's right. So a lot of things are not machine readable, essentially. So they're too complex. And there are computer science teams, again, all around the world trying to tackle this problem, trying to train computers. But actually, we don't even have enough experts to create the data to train the computer. So that's why we really need the crowd to be thinking about this problem. So personally, I work on stuff like this. This is actually relatively readable. If you could get up close and sit with it for a little while, you'd probably be able to parse what's going on here. And, but if this is the relatively easy stuff, you can imagine what we've got on our hands, and indeed what some of you are holding, some of the more difficult things. So because things aren't machine readable and they're a bit tricky, we have a dramatically incomplete data set. If we're trying to understand the world both before the advent of print in various cultures, and remember that essentially the East is about 1,000 years ahead of us, in the West in pretty much everything that you can conceive of. So there's a larger data set essentially coming out of China and various parts of the world long before Europeans, or what we now think of as Europeans, are setting pen to vellum or paper or whatever. So we have a dramatically large and incomplete data set. If we can't read this stuff, if we can't search for it, if the only way we can access it is to have a special library card and go to a special library, even if we can take pictures of the stuff and then sit at home on our home computers and work on this material, we still really have limited access to it. So we need to make it machine readable. That's the goal. And even stuff like this, which is very readable, is not very machine readable. So optical character recognition technology is still developing, and we still need people to intervene sometimes after a machine has done a first pass at a document like this to then correct the OCR. We have not immediately leapt at the opportunity to do projects like that. People approach us with projects of that nature all the time, and we kind of turn them away because we think it might not be fun and interesting for us to build, and it may not be fun and interesting for the crowd to participate in. So that's an open question about whether we're going to do that. But I think, again, thinking about the limitations of what we can do now in all sorts of disciplines in the humanities and indeed the sciences, we may need to go down this road together in the future. So some upcoming projects, a few of you will have heard along the way and indeed have tried the alpha test for Annotate, which is a project with Tate Museums Group, looking at notebooks, letters, diaries, sketchbooks, and things that artists kept during their lifetime and which shed light on the art that they ultimately produced and which is now in galleries all over the world. Shakespeare's World pertains to those documents that you're looking at. These are documents that were written in the time of Shakespeare. Not many manuscripts by him are known to survive, but his contemporaries can reveal the world around him. And because we're working with the Folger Shakespeare Library on this one, you can see where that tie-in is important. So no actual Shakespeare, but a lot about the world that he lived in. Anzac, this is kind of similar in some ways to the themes that underlie the Operation War Diary material. So they're not field diaries, but they're medical records of men that were made right before they went off to war. And it's being used to study health and I guess how people did over the course of their lifetimes after they returned. So that should be beta testing fairly soon. I want to say the end of this month. Another one, which is a spin-off from the Old Weather project, the New Bedford Whaling Logs, will be very similar to Old Weather, trying to extract data that will help us better understand climatology, but also history. And the sort of added task, which is not a joyful one, is every time you see a whale tail, that is when there's been a kill. And so, this is a hugely important industry. And this will help us better understand the kind of movement of that industry over time. And then finally, we have something called Diagnosis London, The Constructing Scientific Communities grant is something that we're working on here in partnership with the English department and partners at the University of Leicester as well. And this is really cool. It's looking at 19th century citizen science and 21st century citizen science. So this is an opportunity for us to build some projects and to learn from the past, hopefully. Who here has tried Ancient Lives? Okay, wow, you've all got homework. So this is a really great project. One of the reasons that I think it's successful, and as you see, we've done quite a lot here, is the keyboard makes things accessible, so you don't need a specialist knowledge to have Greek, ancient, or modern to do this project. And I think this is one of the real successes of Zooniverse projects in general, or when we're successful, it's often because we can make an interface that allows people to participate without having to be experts. And one of the things that I often have to do with my humanities colleagues is say, how can you do this with your data set? What is the way in? And don't tell me that it's 13 years of higher ed, because that's bullshit, basically. So how can we do this better? Pardon my French. So Operation War Diary, again, I'm assuming many people here have participated in this one. It's taking field diaries like this and other things, including marching orders, asking people to first make a genre distinction, so what kind of document am I looking at, and then to harvest a sort of complex and rich data set from every page. One of the difficulties of this project, and it's something that we're thinking a lot about as the historians on it are beginning to try to use the data coming out, is if you don't hear a lot from the historians on the forum and on talk, and I know that this has been a bit of a theme, like anybody, you might say, well, I have my own interests. I'm particularly interested in named individuals. I'm particularly interested in the weather or troop movement or a particular region. And because we're human, we focus a bit on what we think is important. And because the tasks were built in a sort of accessibly complex way, we are having a bit of a patchy data set. So I think Operation War Diary is great, and it has a lot of data that's already been extracted, and it's got a great community, and there's a lot that can and will still be done to it. I think what we've learned from it is don't make the task so complex, because even as historians and literature people, we think, oh my God, there are so many amazing and important things that we can ask of all of these documents, and if we don't ask it all at once, we won't get it. That's actually fatal, I think, to the data set. So one of the great things about Panoptes, and we're building out Panoptes for humanities over the next 12 months, will be when somebody comes and says, I want to have all of the things from this data set, we'll say, what's the most important thing? And anything extra, you make it in Panoptes and then run that as a separate case, because otherwise you're not going to get what you really need. Science gossip, this is my first real project that I built out with the ConSci-Com grant and Jim O'Donnell, who built Operation War Diary and is now working on another project I'm going to show you momentarily. We worked in partnership, or are working in partnership, with the Biodiversity Heritage Library, who have an enormous data set. They work in conjunction with libraries and archives that hold biodiversity data publications. And essentially, we said we could ask a lot about these periodicals, but what's the most salient thing? And I think one of the coolest things about the project is that the group said, well, we want to know when somebody looks at the image, for example, this one, from a Victorian periodical, they'll see species information, hopefully, within the pages surrounding this image, but what do they think is there? Because that helps us make better search functionality for catalogs. And you can see this, I don't know how well you can read it, but 12 people have said that there's a fish. So obviously that's going to be something, when this is then back in the biodiversity catalog, this is going to come up if you search for a fish. But it's also going to come up if you search for the specific kind of fish. I think, I'm not even going to say that word, but I think there might be the study of fish embedded in that search term. Aquatic fins, there's a really granular approach that one user has taken so far. And then I love this. This is sort of a moment when I think the power of talk may have been forgotten. illustration of a fish, but it's difficult to know what fish it is from the text. I actually think that's really interesting. I think that it's telling us maybe we need to be directing people better than how to use our interface, and we also need to be looking at the data we get out to look for questions, because that's fair enough. This is a little fun site called Explore Science Gossip. If you want to go have a look, you'll get to see some of the data coming out of Science Gossip. Diagnosis London is trying to understand from health reports that they look at it like this. So they've been run through OCR. They go back fairly far in time, actually. What was the interaction between big business or various businesses, various kinds, and public health in parts of London? I think it goes from the late 1800s into the sort of mid to late 1900s. And this is a fun innovation, I think. I don't think we've done this in any other project, where you can highlight a part of so you click on what the thing is, so it's a business, and then you highlight the name of the business, and then you highlight the problem, the health issue, and the action required. This is very much under development. I'm hoping Jim is okay with me showing it. What can you do? And then the health issue kind of gets summarized in that box on the side. And I think this is a lovely tool. We're not asking you to transcribe. We're not asking anybody to do OCR correction. So I think it's going to be fun. I can see myself spending a lot of time on this project. And also some of the things you read, they're just completely disgusting. So I think that will appeal. Like shippings of walnuts that are like full of maggots, and then the company tries to hide it, and you're like, you have walnuts full of bugs. Like, I think somebody's gonna notice. So that's fun. And like the completely distraught people writing the reports, it's sort of great. So I've talked a bit in the case of Science Gossip obliquely, and then in Ancient Lives a bit more explicitly about this sort of granular approach. How do we make things quick? Because I don't know about you, if I'm really honest, my favorite project is Penguin Watch. No offense, Tom, wherever you are, but it's not, I mean, the research is great, and I don't doubt your capacities, but I just want to click on the penguins. I don't read the blog. I don't go on Talk. Sorry. I just want to be in my own headspace and click on the penguins. And when that little thing comes up and it says you've clicked 30, I'm like, I don't care. I know. Like, I want to click all of the penguins. So that's me. And I'm trying to figure out how can I learn from that and apply it to the projects that I'm working on that I know are harder. And how am I going to make Victoria stay on her own projects? That's, I have a little split personality. So that's what I'm thinking about. So we want to ask less time from people. We want to allow people levels of participation to mitigate against something that's called user fatigue. So if you're doing the same task for an extended period of time, we all get tired, we all get distracted, the phone rings, you pick up, you're at the wrong line, you mistranscribe something. So to break things down, and also this helps the algorithms and ultimately the problem I opened with about machine reading. So this is an image of Annotate, and it seems a bit annoying, but that's also annoying. No, don't check for updates. We've talked about this. Okay. So you click on the start and the end of the line. This says to the algorithm that will run this through, just compare the things between these dots. And then people transcribe within that line and can say some basic things. The text has been deleted, the text has been inserted, it's illegible, like really genuinely illegible, not just I can't read it, and that it's foreign language. So this is actually foreign language text, so I've clicked foreign language and then I've written what's in the middle. And then also you can draw boxes around the images, but because the tape collection is so richly cataloged already in this regard, we're not asking people to replicate that. So we're not asking them to do the Science Gossip task of draw a box around an image and give me keywords, because that's been done to a large extent. The nice thing about this and thinking about that granularity is if you just want to do one line and leave, that's fine, then do that. You can do the whole page if you want. But it's giving people an opportunity to kind of dip in and out, and I know that that's got Victoria written all over it. Sadly, we're not going to be employing this or deploying this for Annotate, but it had been the original idea. Instead, we're going to use it in Shakespeare's world. Little intervention from the bard there. It's called a crib sheet. So the reason we can't do this with the tape project is that copyright is such that you can't alter images, so you can't take little snippets and so on. But we want people to be able to make snippets and then have a kind of reference sheet so that as you go through, you're going to learn these weird letters. And as Ali said, you know, coming back to something, you sometimes have to get your eye in and remind yourself, like, no, that's really this letter, that's really this animal, and how not to confuse them. So in this case, you can say, well, I'm going to make a collection of O's and Q's and all of that, and then have that to go back to. And that's really helpful to help you also learn particular individuals and scribes as you go along. So Shakespeare's World, also, in addition to having the crib sheet function and the dipping in and out as with annotate, and if those pages are, you know, circulating, or if anybody hasn't seen one and wants to see it, just, you know, raise your hand and circulate those pages. You know, we have real document complexity. We're trying to get people up to speed with reading old handwriting. And actually, on average, I don't know if anybody's tried, but it's hard to read a whole line. But with Shakespeare's World, you can pick a word and then build up your confidence over time. There will be a lot of paleography, which is handwriting tutorials in the interface, and there will be a lot of opportunity to learn and possibly little pop-up kind of interventions to say, these are too frequently confused letters or what have you. So those are the things that I'm thinking about. Simone, our developer, is here somewhere, or he was, there he is. So come talk to us in the break if you want to have a bit more of a conversation about that. And I'll be wrapping up really quickly here, but just wanted to say Panoptes for Humanities is on our minds and in our hearts, Brian. And we're going to be building out tools, hopefully, for, you know, basic keyword capture, so you can do things like adding the keywords for science gossip, full text transcription, probably OCR correction, and other things like that. I think that there's scope for us to start working with audio and video in 3D in the browser, because that would be really fun. So, you know, we could work with archaeologists and people who go on digs and find interesting things. And one of the big things that we need to do, and I think a lot of you who have a sort of scientific bent in the room will understand, is when we get data out in the humanities, actually, we don't have a lot of training, especially in literature subjects, to know what to do with it. We don't tend to do visualization. We tend to look at what's called a case study. So I'll go to an archive and I'll find a manuscript and I'll say, oh my God, this person said this thing. But what about the other 50 or 100 or 1,000 people who said something approximating that thing? Well, when I have the ability to do distant reading with a large corpus that's fully searchable, I can say, okay, they said it in this particular way, this particular moment in time, and that's important because nobody else did, or a lot of other people did. Oh, and by the way, they lived in the same neighborhood and they shared a library, they shared books, or, you know, they had tea with each other or something. So I think that will be the next frontier. That's what I want to be able to do with the Shakespeare's World data. And I should say, in case I didn't say it before, that's what I'm going to be working on. So in the way that Becky works on Galaxy Zoo and Ali works on Snapshot Serengeti data, that's going to be my data set. Or almost. So please come talk to me. I really, you know, a lot of the things that are in my head and that we're trying, they are based on surveys that have been done and some research that's been done about our crowd. And I suspect many of you in this room have powered our surveys and our research into how Zooniverse functions. But if any of this doesn't ring true, or you know, you have ideas that you want to share, I'd be really grateful. I'd love to talk to you and love to hear from you. Thanks.
If anyone's got any questions for Victoria, feel free to ask those.
How do you cope with the fluidity of language? You know, when you're talking about Shakespeare's world, how people spoke and constructing things differently. How do you get people over that barrier when they're trying to interpret?
That's a great question. I think part of it will actually just to be clear at the beginning and say, this is the thing. You know, so there were 18 ways of spelling there, for example. I'm making that up, but something along those lines. And so to say, transcribe what you see, and also be willing to get sort of uncomfortable about the spelling and not to try to change it. And also the punctuation. Sometimes there's a ton and sometimes there's not at all. And you're like, how is this even the same language? But so there's a lot of flexibility there. And one of the things that we're going to be trying to do, which I hope will sort of inspire a bit of rigor in the transcription, is we're working with a team who is compiling something called a variant dictionary. So they want to find all of the funny spellings for every word, and also to see when were these different spellings used. So if you transcribe exactly what you see and it is genuinely a new variant, you should get a little message as you go to the next image that says, these are the possible new variants that you've found. So that's quite fun. And that will be building up a linguistics data set, which is not really my area, but it's nice to know that we'd be contributing to that important research too. Thank you for that.
Anyone else?
Great.
Okay, well, let's thank Victoria.
And if you guys just want to stack up those papers there on that side table as you grab, that'd be great.
Sure. Since we're a little bit early, I'm still trying to get our next speaker on the line. That is Alyssa Bands from Disc Detective, who's joining us remotely via Hangout, but she hasn't turned up yet. I did say to her 3:15. If anyone has any questions in the interim for any of the speakers, any of the Zooniverse team that are here, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer your questions. A question for me.
People putting their names up on there, being naturally so that's sometimes stand back person. Before I put my name out to collaborate on the project, do you know what sort of project it is?
It's going to be a silly project with everyone's faces in it that I just took a picture of.
So we're all around there.
Yeah. and the cool thing about the project builder is that it won't be public. I can make it a private project so that only the people that add as collaborators can see it. And that it'll be safe. The pictures won't be out there online. Though I could threaten you by making that happen at any moment. I'll probably put it right on the Zooniverse homepage. I had that there. Alyssa, hello. How are you doing? Okay, I'm just going to get you plugged in, so hopefully everyone else can hear you. Let's see if that happens. It's going to be really loud. Try speaking for me. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not great. Is there a volume control around here? Let's see if we can figure this out. Ooh. Try speaking again. Oh, that's not good at all. Okay, it's better now.
I can try unplugging my headphones.
No, we got you just to the right level. It's perfect. Right, next we're going to actually make it so people can hear you now, and they're all very excited to be able to see you as well. So the next stage is making people see you.
Okay, do I get to see people?
I don't actually think so. If you want to join the live hangout that we're live streaming ZooCon on, you can see yourself presenting, which might be interesting. I could turn if you join that, I could turn the computer, but that'll just get us into an infinite loop, and that'll be very scary. So let me just tell you that there's absolutely no one here, and you're just going to be talking to an empty room. No. There's about 50 people in the room, and can everyone just shout hey to Alyssa? So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Alyssa. They are all here. It's very early in the morning for you. Thanks for getting up and presenting with us here. Okay, so I think the next thing we should try and do is maybe try and share your slide deck. So if you've done that on a Google Hangout before, there should be a thing on the left that just says share screen share. Sorry, it's the green box.
I think I got. Okay, let's see how this looks. Sorry, I know I haven't done anything yet.
No, it's okay. Hey, fantastic.
Sweet.
So, yeah, is it meant to be showing Facebook?
I can see the screen.
I'm just messing with you. Okay, right whenever you want to start, everyone's waiting with bated breath.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna briefly say hi to everyone
without my slides for a second. So hi everyone, my name is Alyssa Bands. I am a postdoctoral researcher at the Adler Planetarium. And I'll be talking mostly about Disk Detective, which is the Zooniverse project I work for. A little bit of motivating background on why we want to study these things called disks across the sky, and sort of the basics of the project. And I've never given a video talk before, so I'm a little nervous that I can't see you guys. But if anybody has questions, just yell really loudly. And Grant, if you could help me out, if people have questions, that'd be great. I'm happy to answer questions throughout. Okay, so let's go back to the slide share here, and start talking. Did that work this time?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, okay. So yes, so my informal title is Finding Thousands of New Disks and Why I Think That's Cool. And our introductory images here on the left, we have an image of the telescope that's responsible to the data we're sorting through with Disk Detective. In the middle, we have sort of an artist's impression of what one of these disks could look like. So you're probably already thinking, whoa, super cool. At least that's what I'm thinking. And then 3 to the left, or to the right, we have possibly a staged image of somebody using our site. So if you've gone on diskdetective.org, that is what the classification page really looks like. Okay, so just wanted to mention that as with all Zooniverse projects, we have a huge science team, a huge development team, friends at the Zooniverse, and a huge volunteer base. This isn't updated. This should actually include more names on it. And I'll hopefully talk about this, touch on this a little bit, but our super user group has really been part of the science and has been integral in the sort of work we do. So there should be more names here, but our volunteers, wear the scientist hat most of the time. Okay, so brief outline for the next 20-ish minutes. I'm going to go over what we're trying to find, mainly these things that we'll call YSO and debris disks. So there's sort of 2 flavors of objects that we look for. I'll talk about how we're doing it, so sort of the mechanics of how Disk Detective works and the database we're using. And then I'll briefly mention a couple of cool things we've found so far. I'm going to show my favorite object, but I'm biased because we have lots of science team members, and most of us sort of have loyalties to one of these 2 types of disks. So I'm going to talk about my favorite YSO disks. So what are YSO and debris disks? YSO, which I'm using that term a lot, stands for Young Stellar Objects. And debris disks are objects full of debris, like the asteroid belt. And to really understand what these things are, we should think about them sort of in the context of planet formation and star formation. So I'll give a brief 1-minute overview of star formation. And if there are any people out there familiar with the Milky Way project, this is probably common knowledge to you guys, because the first stage of star formation is collapse in one of these molecular clouds. So collapse of a molecular cloud is sort of a molecular cloud in Milky Way project is sort of the area of the sky where you find those bubbles. So we're very connected to that project. So that's sort of the first stage. And after this cloud in space starts to collapse and the dust and gas start spinning faster, they form a disk of swirling material around a young star. And if you look in a couple of million years, sometimes some of the gas in the disk goes away while the dust becomes stickier and sticks to other particles. Occasionally forms rocks and asteroids basically, and sometimes you get these gaps in disks where planets are forming. And then anywhere from 10 million years to several billion years later, you get a nice planetary system and sort of really the cookie crumbs of the system. You get a belt of maybe rocky bits, which we now know as the asteroid belt. So debris disks are basically the asteroid belt around other stars, and the YSOs sit somewhere between these two stages where there's still a lot of gas and dust, and debris disks, like I said, are down here. So the main difference in the two things we're trying to find is just basically their age. They look different, but it's just YSO disks will one day become debris disks if you're patient and wait several million years. So some of the cool stuff that happens during all of these phases, on top here are actual images of disks in the YSO phase. The transitional phase is what we call the phase between these, that bridges these two pictures, and then debris disks. And cool stuff happens along this time when it takes something to go from YSO to debris disk. So in the YSO phase, that's when you get your giant Jupiter-like planets forming. So I think that's pretty exciting. In your debris disk phase, you might have terrestrial planet formation and stuff like what happened in our own solar system with the late heavy bombardment. You might get a lot of water delivery to your terrestrial planets. So some cool sort of important for life stuff is happening in that phase. So it's interesting to find these objects in this phase. And this is not a real reason we do it, but I should mention that they're also really fun to take pictures of these objects. So these are pictures of YSO disks from Hubble. This is my favorite one. It actually has a jet of material coming out of it. So these, they're great targets for large space-based telescopes. So that's another reason we look for them. And probably if anybody out there is a Planet Hunters fan, we should mention, lots of Planet Hunters fans. We should mention that one of the ways of finding exoplanets, besides transit data, is to look for them in debris disks, because they're really the home of exoplanets. So this is one of my favorite debris disks, Beta Pictoris. And cut away here on the edge, you see the actual dust emission coming from the debris disk, which shows up in the infrared, as we'll talk about. And this little dot, if you can see, I don't know how good the resolution of the projector is there, but if you can see that little dot, that is about the size and distance of Saturn. That's a little Saturn-like planet in the system. And it looks kind of strange because the way we take these images are a little complicated. We mask out the emission from the central star there. But sure enough, embedded in this debris disk is a little baby Saturn. So that's another way to planet hunt, basically. So how do we find them, and why Disk Detective? This is my favorite logo, by the way. I don't know who designed these logos, but whoever did this on the Zooniverse, props. This is my absolute favorite logo. I mean, I'm biased because I work on Disk Detective, but this is my favorite logo. So this is our logo. Why are we using citizen science to discover these objects? Well, like any citizen science project, we have a lot in common in the fact that we have a huge data set, and it all has to be examined by eye. So first, I'll just introduce the data set a bit. We use NASA's WISE mission, which stands for the Wide Field Infrared Survey Explorer. And WISE saw about 800 million sources, so a lot of data. We're not looking at all 800 million right now, but still we're looking at about 300,000 of the brightest objects, and we're looking for things that show infrared axis, so they're not just bright infrared sources. Most disks show up as having more shorter wavelength near infrared emission than far infrared. So we sort of pre-select based on that too. So we're looking at things that show infrared emission because that's where dust really shines the brightest. This is a little cartoon of WISE. But the problem is that everything in the WISE database, it wasn't just disks. There's galaxies, asteroids, a bunch of interstellar clouds, more of that stuff than there are debris disks and protoplanetary disks. There's only a few thousand in this 300,000 of protoplanetary disks that we expect to find. So again, one of the main reasons we need to do it by eye is because we're looking for the signature of dust, basically, and lots of other things like galaxies and stars just embedded in dusty clouds will give that same signature. So what you really need to do, these are all optical images, and when you inspect things by eye, you can kind of start telling the difference. For example, galaxies are usually not perfectly spherical like this little disk candidate. I'll show you a more convincing example of the confusion problem with some images that we use on the site. So these are what our actual images on Disk Detective look like, and these are the infrared images in WISE. And the thing about WISE is that it has a pretty, it has a poorer resolution than a lot of, it's harder in the infrared to get good resolution, which means everything we take a picture of in WISE looks like a fuzzy blob. So these two objects, they're very different, as we'll see by the optical images in a second, but they should, to you, look like big fuzzy blobs, right? It's hard to tell the difference between the two of them, but when we look at optical images, you might notice one is clearly a star and the other is something you might see in another Favorites Universe project of people, Galaxy Zoo, right? This is a beautiful spiral galaxy. So we're not the antithesis of Galaxy Zoo, but galaxies are our enemy, basically. We hate galaxies. I hate galaxies personally. Sorry, hopefully that didn't get too many views from the crowd.
Everyone's left, Alyssa. They've all gone home.
Oh no, galaxies are all right, I guess. But yes, galaxies are a big source of confusion for us, is all I meant. And the other main reason that this is kind of, one of the other main benefits of citizen science is because since we have to sort of look at all of these by eye to make sure we're looking at stars, not galaxies, we have a lot more people to do it using citizen science than previous studies have. So these are previous surveys that have looked for disks when using optical vetting. That's sort of the surface area they cover, this solid circle and this outline circle. And we're doing the whole sky. So we're doing a lot more than anyone else. So that's a cool reason why to use Zooniverse. So a little bit about how the site works. This is a screenshot. So if anybody, they'll get a lot of cheers, I know. If anybody's familiar with Snapshot Serengeti, hey, yeah, that's, okay, I admit, that's my favorite Zooniverse project. I'm a traitor to my science team. We don't mind Islam. I love zebras, what can I say? But anyway, we borrow from Snapshot in the sense that we show a little flip book of images, about a frame per second, that centers on a WISE object. That's what this little cross shows, the centering, but shows images from different telescopes, all the way from optical wavelengths to longer wavelengths. And then users select so this is where we're easier than Snapshot. We only have 6 options of what it can be. Whereas I spend hours on Snapshot being like, is that an antelope? It's some sort of deer thing, but I don't know what kind of deer thing it is. We're a little simpler, only 6 choices. And I'll show an example of some of these flip books, but first let's go through the options. So these options are actually designed mostly to catch contaminants. Not satisfying any of these options, being a none of the above, makes you likely to be a candidate. So that's what we're looking for. Multiple objects in this red circle. I'll go back to the red circle. The red circle is the size of sort of the resolution of WISE. So if we have multiple objects in the circle, it means it can be messing up what we're attributing to the center object. The dust emission could really be coming from a background object that sort of sits within that resolution. And all of these other things extended beyond the circle can say, oh, you're actually in a nebula. Empty circle can both be image problems, but also show that the emission is coming from a different source. Not round clearly catches those beautiful spiral galaxies. This is not round in the optical images. So all these things help us catch contaminants. And this is, I'll play an example of a flip book. So this is actually my favorite object on the site. So this is what I would call a really good candidate. So it's, oops, I think I switched slides there. So again, I'll play my favorite object. object. It's mostly round. There are some objects on the borderline of the red circle, but they're not really in the circle, and they go away by the longer wavelength. So I don't think they're contaminating it. So this is a nice little object, and I'll show you an example of a bad object. So this looks, it's starting off good, but towards the end, it's clear that the dust emission, there's some sort of extended cloud it's in. And so our dust emission that we're tracking for this object isn't trustworthy because it could just be coming from that cloud. So this may not be a disk. So those are sort of the things we look at. In addition, I'll just go over this briefly. Our users, when you go to the talk page for Disk Detective, our users also constrain good objects by what's called their spectral energy distribution, or SED. So the SED is basically a graph of how bright an object is versus different wavelengths. So it shows you what sort of wavelength the energy in the system is coming from. So for objects that are really deeply embedded in sort of molecular clouds and surrounded by dust, sometimes you can get, you can see a lot of energy coming from the infrared. But for the YSOs, which sit sort of in the middle here, the debris disks, you mostly get most of your peakest emission, that's not a word, but is coming from the star here, which is kind of stuff from the star shown in yellow, stuff from the dust is shown in red. So you get sort of different patterns when you look at this graph. So our super users do a great job using this as additional info. This is an example in black here of what would actually be on the Disk Detective talk site. So actually, we're just looking at this small range in wavelength, kind of corresponding to the middle of one of these graphs. And this is a good example of a YSO. It's a little flatter in the middle range than a debris disk would be, which slopes down, but towards the longest wavelengths has a little brighter emission. So some of these shapes help characterize whether we're looking at a YSO or a debris disk. And some of the crazy shapes, like this, help tell us that we're actually looking at a distant, really bright AGN and not a galaxy at all. So the SEDs can be a big help. And then sort of the last model of how our site works is that every time we find interesting disk, we actually follow up on it with a bunch of ground-based observatories, so ground-based telescopes. And this is, a lot of the time, we select both based on the votes in the classification data. So we sort through the data and find out what the good objects are. But we also just ask our super users directly, because they have a lot of favorite objects that haven't necessarily been classified to the point where we can believe the classification yet. So occasionally we get objects just by asking. And these are some of the telescopes we use from around the world. So we do two things to really confirm that objects we find are disks. We take better spectra of them, so we look for the actual sort of atomic and molecular lines. So we look for the actual sort of molecular emission coming from these objects to really trace out physics in these disks. And we also take better, really detailed images of them to make sure, once again, that there's no background objects that we just missed in the WISE images. So these are what we do for our best candidates on the site to really confirm that we are seeing protoplanetary disks. And then the real long-lasting output of all of this is that in a couple of years, which is really exciting, this is actually to scale, I'm pretty sure. In a couple of years, well, maybe the James Webb Space Telescope, which people say will launch in 2018, fingers crossed. The James Webb Space Telescope will really be able to take beautiful images of disks and search for exoplanets embedded within debris disks. So sort of the main long-term goal of our project is to create a really great catalog for James Webb to point at. So the thing that people are doing to prepare for this awesome space mission right now are finding targets so they don't waste any time, when it's finally up there in space. So I wanted to briefly mention some of our results. We found nearly 700 disk cannon bar, but 100 of those are true disks. So that's about our rate when we do these follow-up observations, sort of 6 out of 7 are good. And a lot of these are debris disks, and if somebody wants to ask me at the end of the talk why, I'm happy to talk about that. But a lot of these are debris disks, so these sort of homes of exoplanets. We find a lot around lake-type stars. We're starting to find some YSOs, and a really unique opportunity for our project is to find these young disks that are not already in known star-forming regions. So by finding YSOs across the sky and finding a bunch of them in a patch of sky, we might discover new regions of star formation that haven't been studied before. So that's pretty exciting. And we're also finding debris disks around evolved stars. So these are stars that, unlike our sun, have sort of ended their 9 to 5 normal adult life and are sort of going into old age. And that's really exciting because when stars evolve, they can actually destroy or change planetary systems. So studying these disks can be a really great signpost of, bad things happening to planets and stuff like that. So it's exciting. I'll go over a few specific type of objects. This is another spectral energy distribution. The image isn't that exciting for the sky, but we think we've discovered a new type of debris disk. So like I just mentioned about evolved systems, one of our favorite objects that we've discovered with the site so far is a binary, so 2 stars. I know planet hunters people are familiar with the joys of binary systems. But these are 2 stars going around each other with a surrounding debris disk around them. So that's already pretty cool because it's a circumbinary disk. But one of these stars is actually on its way of becoming a white dwarf. So one of the stars has basically died. It's ending its what we call main sequence lifetime. So that's really exciting because this could be sort of the relics of a planet formation system, a planetary system around a dying star. And this is my favorite guy. This is the flip book I showed you earlier. It looks pretty standard, just your normal YSO, but it has a great SED that indicates that it might be actively accreting, which is when gas and dust falls onto the star from the disk. And this is some of the data we've taken with one of these large ground-based telescopes. And it shows these emission lines in the spectra that are characteristic of that exact same process. So it's confirmation that it's one of these young stellar objects where material is funneling off the disk and falling onto the star. So that's one of my favorites. And so that's all I was going to say for now, because that was, I think, close to about 20 minutes. But even though I can't see anyone, I'm happy to take questions and start talking about some of the challenges and interesting things we face in Disk Detective.
Thanks, Alyssa. Okay, has anyone got any questions for Alyssa? I'll maybe try and relay them if she can't hear you. Yes, there's one.
It's a very simple one. What's the nearest debris disk to the solar system?
Alyssa, the question was, what is the closest debris disk to our own solar system?
Maybe the range of distance.
Oh, that's a great question. So I think the closest, some of the closest stars that have planetary systems, like the Alpha Centauri system, those all show evidence of having dust in them. So they don't have the thickest debris disks. So these are all within 4 to 10 light years. So 4 to 10 light years are sort of the closest examples we have. Has anybody seen the star Vega in the nighttime sky?
Lots of nodding.
It's a really bright star. If you've seen the movie Contact, that's where Jodie Foster aliens. That star has a beautiful debris disk. Beta Pictoris, the debris disk image I showed us, is very close. Generally, the ones we find in Disk Detective are on average, because all the really close ones have been discovered. We find on the average of something like a few hundred light years.
Excellent.
So we're not going there anytime soon.
Any other questions? Okay, if there's none just now. Alyssa, I'd just like to say I've done a talk where I can't see the audience before, and it's extremely disconcerting. I think you did amazingly. Thanks Thanks for getting up on a Saturday morning over there to do it. I think I can try and turn the laptop around for a second so that you can see everyone. And everyone give a round of applause and thank Alyssa again. Thanks so much.
Have a good, I guess, afternoon.
Thank you. See you later. Okay, so we've got time for another break. If anyone who wants to be part of the project that I'm building with people's faces in it, remember it's not going to be public, don't worry. Come and grab me at the lunch break and I'll take a picture of your face. And hopefully it should be ready by the end of our talks. There's only 2 remaining talks. And if everything's been built properly, then it should work. So yeah, there's some more juice and biscuits out there. There's nothing that exciting, sorry. What?
I want to see my picture, mate.
I was wondering what your name was. Well, I'm going to check my
Sorry? You can't have.
Oh, you.
What's your good side? Thank you. Do you need my name or? No, it's fine. If you want to be a collaborator on the project,
You have to be a Galaxy for your address with my email.
Your username is
Well, as soon as it's not working, let me use my, I'll speak to it. There used to be an app that's classified, then I could fix it.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, if you can read this as well, so whichever you prefer.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Scroll up.
What?
Okay. So check the one I got says August the 2nd.
Right, okay. I'm gonna check this.
But hey, you found them here. Seems to be going well today.
Yeah, it's going surprisingly few technical difficulties with Alyssa's talk, so that works. We've even got viewers online. You can hear us right now, so you can say hi to them. Hi guys. Right. Saturday, 11th of July.
Yeah. That was what I was saying. That was the bit that I was reading that and like.
Oh, weird. Sorry.
That's all right. Just not
totally messed up.
Not totally dumb.
That's copied from last year's document. That's what that is.
So I opened it and I was trying to work out like when should I rock up, when should I set a reminder for myself? Because.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man.
That's all right. Hey, no fish, no fowl.
Right.
So what time do we start again? Or?
4 o'clock. I'll get yeah, it was good. Something you said, casual and John, my ex is your daughter, and she looked at penguins and she did the chips. She helped me with it. And she was so short and just wondering, is there an opportunity for them to just work with scans?
It depends really what to do. For drinking, it's less important. It could be more. Could be that strong. Yeah, it depends really. Our it's changing. Now it's much easier to, not the authorities want to really enforce those things because it's translation and not always, I mean, it's more complicated. Things are much easier now. Yes. I think it's I've seen the pictures of the same. But it's bad. Unless it's and then she also has a slight time to flow the tea. I said it's only I used I never tried, but it's very.
It's usually windows for production. But it's working. So education is free, but it's usually better for this when you're sending. There's no way to send the kids. Education, healthcare. There's no I guess because they're kind of protective things, but also then it's regulations concerning businesses, markets, I think the big companies, those things are usually yeah. But I don't know, it's yeah, oh yeah, let's not go there. I missed it. Intolerance. Because, you know, they can make
But yeah, a lot of the reviews also like you know what I'm trying to
With the project right now, I'm like, oh, it's awesome.
Okay, so at last year's ZooCon, put up your hands if you were here. There's yeah, quite a few of you. For those of you who weren't here, we were just on the brink of launching a new project. The working title was Shitloads of Penguins, but we changed it. Brian, who actually built it up here, who I'm going to keep on singing praises of all day, did a live demo for us. And then that was followed by Tom, actually, who's the PI on the project, who spends half of his life down in Antarctica with these penguins, giving what was one of the best received talks of last year. I'd just like to share an anecdote because we've got time and I like to talk. I love the sound of my own voice. My first day in the Zooniverse, I came in at 9 o'clock and I instantly knew I was going to love working here because I was called into a meeting by Chris. He came and grabbed me from my office, Chris Linton. He was like, Grant, I really you should sit in this meeting, as he quite often does, out of nowhere, just grabs me. And we go into a meeting room and we've got a couple of people pitching projects to us. One on flowers that didn't get built, sadly. Another one on lions in another area of Africa, not in Tanzania, that hasn't been built either. The one we actually chose to build was Penguin Watch. And Tom came in and he basically just showed us a picture of him with 10,000 penguins around him. And he said, it's my job to count all of these. Can you help me out? And yeah, that was pretty much it from there on in. We knew which project we were going to build. So without me talking any further, Tom Hart from Penguin Watch.
Well, thanks a lot, Grant. Yeah, we have come an awful long way. That was 2 years ago. We launched last year. So I'll tell you a little bit about the science that leads up to this and a bit about Penguin Watch itself. So yeah, in September last year, which of course belies all the build-up and all of the work building this, we launched Penguin Watch, and which was halfway along a roller coaster of, as Grant said, shitloads of penguins. Translating that into real science and real conservation and policy. So to go from something big and unimaginable to something that makes an actual difference. I like flipping my talks around and actually starting with the thank yous, because while there is a lot of effort from myself and people in the room, there's actually a lot of people who aren't here today, being funded quite heavily by the Darwin Initiative. They've just stopped funding us, so we take that off and put your name here. Quark Expeditions give us free travel all around Antarctica, as do ALE, Oceanwide, and these guys, Golden Fleece Expedition. And then there's a load of scientific collaborators, Stony Brook and Oceanites, and the Australian Antarctic Division. So this is part of a much bigger thing. Globally, seabirds are quite massively in decline. When you summarize what is known, we see quite large declines over the last 50 to 60 years. Large areas aren't monitored, so we have no idea. but unknown threats. And of course, it's not one size fits all. It's not a threat for seabirds worldwide. It might be fisheries in some places, climate change, harvesting, direct disturbance. And that, just to put as many cute things up as possible, this is a puffin with sand eels in its mouth. Do you know that a young puffin is called a puffling? I only recently found that out, and it made me very happy. So we see some declines in some areas, others that haven't been monitored for as long, we don't know. Different threats, different problems in different areas. And that is in the middle of Europe, somewhere that's very well monitored. So think about Antarctica. Well, we have. And for Antarctica, for the piddling little places we do monitor, we see that gentoos are actually increasing at a much lower level than the others, which are declining quite rapidly. There are also other species of penguins that I haven't really focused on yet. I want to keep the story simple, and partly haven't focused on them because we don't know what on earth is going on there. This is the scale of the problem. It's the one venue where I can be humbled, because you guys generally have the whole of the night sky and the whole of the universe. However, in a normal audience, this is a big scale, okay? So this is twice the size of Europe, twice the size of the US, 50 times the size of the UK. It's big. And where do we monitor? Well, this is where we have stations that could see wildlife. When we take out those that actually report anything on penguins, and I am being very generous to some of those by leaving them in, you see that this is spatially, the overall number is not that great for an area twice the size of Europe, and it's patchy. That will become even more patchy when I overlay the threats onto this. And this really, in essence, is the problem. This is one of Captain Scott's huts. And we're still largely in this mentality. Logistics in Antarctica is hard. It's cold, it's stormy, it's really not a nice place to be. Pretty cool, but we still have this mentality of build a base and study things nearby, which of course means that you've got a lot of infrastructure and you're actually disturbing those places that you're nearby. And of course, we're not going to do this on the scale of today's threats. So I have done this, it's very pleasant. That's a hut, that's my favourite hut in St Andrews Bay. Token Scottish flag up there. Damn. Yes. I don't know who was in this hut just before me, but
we get everywhere.
They do. This hut was built in 1982. The end of the glacier was here, it went past. Now it's just over that. It's about 1.5 miles inland. Camping, also very nice. These are man food boxes. I only last year found out why these are called man food boxes. It's not sexist. It's because you used to have man food and dog food on the same sledge, and you definitely wanted to get the right thing. The logistics of this are enormous. So this is another reason why it hasn't happened. What do you love? Again, let's move on from that. From that admission. The logistics are fearsome though. This, for this more standard way of doing things, you need to plan, you need to ship everything half a year ahead. You need to plan contingencies for absolutely everything. And it's a lot of time and effort and expense. We already know what we're doing for next season, let alone this one. We're just about to ship everything in time for October. So the problem is, do it the traditional way, you will not answer the question. We have large-scale threats to Antarctica in terms of changing temperatures, changing sea ice. And I'll just keep that in mind at the moment, because the whole point is we can't be at the same place at the same time using this traditional approach. So let's look at the scale of the threats. This is a glacier that collapsed the year before. This was November last season, so November 2014. You can see us navigating 1.6 miles inland of where the glacier was 2 years ago. Favorite hut is here. That's the Heaney Glacier, retreating over 4 years of study. Not even studying, this was just our route down from Hound Bay into St Andrews Bay, and you just can't help but notice that change. So that idea of the traditional way of doing things is outdated. It's not going to answer the modern questions. Because think of global warming, try not to. It's not global warming, it's climate change, it's patchy. The Antarctic Peninsula is changing very rapidly, as are some of the South Shetland and South Orkney Islands, but parts of the Mawson coast are stable or cooling. So again, this is not a one-size-fits-all. Same with the loss of sea ice. The peninsula is doing quite badly, which is where most of the biology is. Elements of the Ross Sea and parts of the Mawson coast and the Weddell Sea are doing okay. We also have historic threats, which is why it was quite interesting going back to that old whaling data. We're not starting from pristine, anywhere near it. Some of these have been disturbed greatly in the past 1 and 2 centuries. We had whaling in the Southern Ocean. We even had penguining. This is Macquarie Island, and these are digesters that are left over from when penguins were rendered down for oil, when already they killed all the whales and the seals that were around. What all these penguins eat is krill, and that's patchy as well. That largely breeds under the Bellingshausen and Weddell Sea, and every summer when the ice retreats, there's this big plume of life that goes out past South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. You'll remember the South Sandwich Islands, when I put the list of stations up, are here, downstream of a krill fishery and entirely unmonitored. So not only do we have historic threats, climate change and changes in sea ice, but we've got an emerging krill fishery, which is really doubling at quite an astonishing rate. They're really large industrial fishing vessels. The big change is that they are not, this is not a traditional industry. Don't feel sympathy for hard workers, the tough life of a fisherman. It's not like that anymore. This is a continual siphoned net, so they can actually sit in one place and just hoover up, creating a really dead patch of ocean for krill. There's no doubt it overlaps perfectly. So the concentration of fishing boats, these little, or catches rather, these small dots are actually overlaying all the foraging ranges of the predators, all the penguins and the seals, with the one exception of here, because we've done something about that now. So there you go. Thanks, Grant, for ruining my slides yet again. My mate Fabrice and Richard, who took this photo, this is the largest penguin colony on Earth, entirely unmonitored until we got there. So Fabrice describes this as 1.2 million breeding pairs of chin straps and 1 non-breeding tom. You can see why. I mean, he's a pretty rubbish penguin in amongst all the rest of these. So when people talk about the data deficiency in Antarctica, I come back with, I would encourage you to go back and do it. That was a week trying to count 1.2 million pairs. Clearly, that's a lot of effort, and that's a bad way of doing it. So while we were there, we were ground truthing US spy satellites, and they are now monitoring this when they can get a clear shot of the colony from space. But the problem is even worse than that. We don't just want to count penguins. Animals are really good at not dying. It sounds crass, but I imagine most of you are quite good at not dying. So things that, so far, we hope. I can predict a bad ending eventually. But those aren't, therefore, that interesting. If we're looking at how many there are, of course they're going to do their best to survive. So that's a really slow, insensitive measure of how well populations are doing. Far better would be to look at how stressed they are, how well they're doing, what their breeding success is, and how hard they're having to work to successfully breed chicks. So this is the life cycle of your average penguin. You come in, we call this honking and bonking. It's quite entertaining to watch, particularly because a lot of them do fall off. And as the saying goes, you should jump straight back on that penguin. They lay eggs, and while the chicks can't fend for themselves in terms of they're too small to survive without heat from the parent, they're guarded, but also to protect them from predators. Then they form these little huddles, then they molt, and they go away to sea. Not just how many there are then, and how many chicks there are, is how hard they're having to work to do this. And that's what we get from this kind of timing. But when do we normally turn up? It's about here, when it's nice and easy to get in. And we usually leave about here, because it's getting a bit nippy. So we're really not measuring, or the traditional approach has failed. So what we have, we do have quite a few counts from quite a few colonies. And for the whole of Antarctica, we probably have the full life cycle, the timing of breeding from about, it's probably a bit more than that. Let's be generous and call it 10 locations per year. And these are confounded. They're where bases are. They're where shipping or landings are, and runways in some cases. So what we need is something that's far more omnipotent. We need, you wouldn't restrict your view of the night sky to just one convenient angle of a telescope. The equivalent is nonsense. So we really do need something that can collect data on a massive scale all the time and really rapidly turn into policy. And therefore that means we can't just scale up this bases and things like that. We very much need something that means we don't need to be there, and we're not contributing to the problem. So it's a simple problem. We want everything, everywhere, everywhen, all the time, no problem. So I was trying to work out where this quote came from, and I think sadly it's Hugh Grant. But I was doing this the other day, actually, little anecdote. I was talking to my office mate and said, what is that thing when one part of your life is going really well, the other things fall apart? What is that? And she said, I think that's Bridget Jones. But yeah, so really it is only impossible if you stop and think about it. And that has very much been the theme of the last 6 years. Let's not pause, let's just do little and often at a lot of places. So over 8 years, we've been developing the technology, and over the 6 years putting it out. The idea is take lots and lots of photos and bring them back to a lab or something and annotate. So do the work in silico in the lab rather than in the field. Generate all these things for everywhere at the same time. We've started doing this in Europe, and of course we're very much taking it all around Antarctica. So with that in mind, I founded Penguin Lifelines, which was just a name, a not-for-profit, bolted on to the university, and very much with the feeling of let's just go in somewhere for a very little time and leave something, a sensor network there. So I've had a wonderful time hitchhiking around Antarctica. It turns out for these incredibly expensive logistics, when you just stick out your thumb, you really can get everywhere for a very little time. And when you only need 3 hours there to set up a camera, there you go. It turns out you can get to an awful lot of places. So off a 3-hour visit once a year or once every few years, this camera will take at least 20 images a day and potentially a lot more. We've been chartering yachts to go into the areas where no one else could, and got to some really impressive places that no one's been. So really different when you think of outside, trying to make a step change in the amount of knowledge we have. We were sponsored by, this expedition was quite cool, we were sponsored by Lomo, who make really good waterproof bags and dry suits. Turns out when you're leaving from Punta Arenas, Lomo means steak and egg. So they really thought these crazy gringos were a bit weird. So these are the cameras. They are American hunting cameras, but this is the best on the market, called a Reconyx. We're now building our own that we're setting in resin that we hope we can leave for about 5 years at a time. When we get to the point of having a fuel cell battery and a camera within resin, we should be able to, theoretically, we can leave these in incredibly remote areas for 10 years with no loss of power. I monitor about 60 sites. The collaborators in the Australian Antarctic division monitor another 40. A ton of people are now coming on board from the Antarctic Treaty. And so I monitor more sites than the rest of the Antarctic Treaty nations put together now. When you bring the Aussies on board, that's with about 4 times all the rest. It really is going exponential, and it's an incredibly exciting time to see the data coming in. So what does it look like? Well, here you go. You can see we can follow nests one at a time, and overall what's going on in the colony. We can get to the nearest couple of hours when they lay an egg, each egg, when it hatches. So this is the kind of thing we get out, and you see we're working towards Penguin Watch. We can record the presence, absence of all the adults, of the chicks, and even environmental things like how much sea ice there is in the background and the temperature. The new ones are recording pressure as well. So there's spin-offs of use to people who study ice, climate, and weather. We're making some quite surprising basic observations of actually how far into the winter a lot of the penguins are. Because these are sites that have never been observed, we're finding some just really simple things through observation when they're there. The justification for the krill fishery is that there are no penguins around during winter, so there's no competition for food. We're going to upset some people with that next month. So here you go. Here's a complete year in the life of the Yallourn Islands. These are Adelie penguins. Towards the bottom of the Antarctic Peninsula, you see the sea freezing and retreating, and then them coming back the year after. So in terms of the timing of breeding, we really can show that this is not like for like. There is very different timings of breeding across the Scotia Sea. And that makes real differences for how we think the fishery should operate. And that probably explains some of the declines we've been seeing, in that where the fishery does and doesn't come into conflict with penguins. So since its launch in September last year and relaunch this year, I can't remember what the exact number is today, but we've had about 250, so it's just under 2.5 million hits. That has, through clicking on penguins, this is my favorite project as well, thank you, Victoria. I don't find it relaxing. At the end of the day, I want to stop clicking on penguins. But yeah, people go in and they record, they have to click on whether it's an adult, a chick, an egg, or other. And there are things like, can you see people near this? Can you see predators in there? But just the basic things of when adults are turning up, when chicks are hatching, we're getting data out on an unprecedented scale. So this is now feeding into science. So the dates of first arrival and departure. But we're also using those annotations to train better algorithms. So Andrew Zisserman from engineering is working with us on a computer vision project. And we've got quite far, well, we can now recognize an Adelie penguin. We hope to be able to recognize a lot more soon. You can see he's not very big because once in a while it recognizes the lampshade. And the hope is that this will be a complete circle feeding in to the metrics that influence policy. So there you go. There's some data coming out showing winter, when they're around in winter, the sea ice, and the temperature over time. We're also looking at huddling behavior, because that's actually a really good symptom for chicks of how well they are. Are they independent or not? So we can get lots of these things that was quite nuanced observation by a scientist in the field. We can now just get out from the data. Where we hope to go with this very soon is to summarize a lot of the data so it feeds back to the volunteers doing it, and also to the people who've paid for the cameras or have adopted a colony. So relatively shortly, we hope to have something that summarizes all of the, per colony, it would summarize the data out from Zooniverse and show it in a far more interactive way. So, for example, you can go and click on your colony, you can watch the time lapse, you can see some stuff about the site and see the data. And if you're a policymaker, you can draw boxes around the comparisons you want to make, and it will do the comparisons and the meta-analyses for you. Eamon in the field, this is to, Grant and Cam have been bugging me about going into the field. This is just proof. This is Eamon, he's a data geek, and he came out with us this year. You can see Shiny Happy in the field.
I bought you way more press than Cam's.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Yeah.
to remind you of that.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to the pub tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
So what what Eamon is doing, hint, what Eamon has been doing is automating all of these signals to automatically extract in a standardized way when they first turn up, when they disappear, and the measures of chick survival and things like that. We're taking it a bit beyond this, and we're 3D mapping all of the colonies now, both for counts of the whole colony. So this is probably going to be a spin-out project. And also so that we can look in real, in a standardized 2D way from overhead, rather than the what do you call that? That's it, view from the camera. And follow which nests survive and fail. We're going beyond just the 20 images a day. So again, building our own cameras, we're trying to get cameras that do some of the analyses for us, and then that triggers new images. So it changes its mission statement depending on what it sees. Last season we trialed some cameras where they took a photo every minute, and you see, if I go and follow this nest, you can see one parent on its own, when the next one comes back, and when they change over, and when it disappears again. So we can get how long they're at sea and how long they're changing over. So the feeding rate and the work rate at sea. This is feeding into we've just written the report for the Antarctic Treaty, and this will be going an ongoing process. We're now looking at, okay, let's learn from the data, rather than just define these big convenient fishing areas like that. Let's learn from the penguins. So let the data define the regions of interest themselves, and let's learn over time. So if these usually cluster together, and then one does something different one year, that's where we go and look for a problem, and maybe we close the fishery around there. We've just put in a proposal to the Antarctic Treaty System. We are now proposing that they actually close some small experimental closures and see if penguins do better in those regions. So we're actually trying to manipulate this whole thing and see if we can promote recovery in some of the areas. So finally, and this is where I'll end, does it make a difference? Does your work make a difference? Well, in 2009, and before our data started coming online, so we can't really take credit for this, we had the first trial marine protected area. It's a bit small and it's slightly in the wrong place, but it's a start. In 2012-13, we helped create the largest marine protected area in the world. So that's South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. So that area with the largest colony on Earth, that is now afforded some degree of protection from fishing. And we're moving on down to the peninsula very much trying to hit where we think are the main stress areas now. So I think that's it. Thank you very much, everyone who has contributed to the Zooniverse project, both on the building and managing side, and also for everyone who's out there clicking on penguins. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? You should be. It's wonderful.
Is there a base on South Georgia? What I understand, is it on what side of the island? Or?
Yeah, there's two bases actually. The British Antarctic Survey run Bird Island. So that's actually one of the good, well-monitored spots. And then there's a fisheries management station at King Edward Point. So yeah, two.
So I understand it's got actually land on South Georgia and they can track across the island?
You're thinking Shackleton. So when Shackleton sunk, they sailed in a lifeboat about this big. In the middle of winter, he sailed across the Southern Ocean up to South Georgia, landed on the wrong side, and then had to trek over the top. So yeah.
180 kilometers across?
No, a bit less than that.
Quite a distance.
Yeah. Any other questions? Oh. Any other questions? Yeah.
How much power do you have to intervene with the fisheries? I mean, is it bringing government policies to bear or enforcing treaties that already exist?
The treaties exist and they're relatively well policed, but they need data. So South Georgia government is a British overseas territory which consists of 5 people. So influencing government policy there is remarkably easy. You bully them and keep going, and eventually they concede. Actually, they came to us, convened. I think they saw the problem. They convened a bunch of scientists, and they did listen. So that actually turned out relatively easy. The Antarctic Treaty itself is a bit harder. There are some nations are fishing nations and the majority aren't, and everyone has the power of veto. But if you show what the problem is, they have to do something about it. So that's why we are now an inconvenience that's not going away, because we actually have data where they really have been relying on a lack of data until now.
You mentioned about the fuel cell power supply for the cameras. How far up do you think that is now?
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, there are commercial fuel cells available that seem like they'll do the job. Yeah. You just always have to Antarctic-proof stuff like this. So that means putting it in a pelly case and hitting it with a hammer. Or the guy that developed the prototype SAT camera, he was really chuffed when he could put it in the freezer and it'd survive. And I'm like, what do you do? Now take it out, put it in, take it out. Do that 360 times, hit it with a hammer, and then we've got a deal. So yeah, we probably have something that works now. Whether it's rugged enough yet, we haven't even bought one to start testing, but that's soon. Yeah. I reckon within 3 years we'll probably deploy fuel cells at our most remote ones, because if we don't get back for every 5 years, it should still work. Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thanks Okay, time for another anecdote. I'm sure you're glad to hear. Some of you will have heard this before, but Chris Lintott, who started Galaxy Zoo, and that's what grew into the Zooniverse, obviously, was brought into the University of Oxford to be a postdoctoral researcher on galactic evolution. And he basically didn't do his postdoc because he invented Galaxy Zoo and got carried away with the Zooniverse.
I know where you're going.
It's an extremely distractible place to work when you're working with any research team around the world on anything possible. And Brooke is an absolute stalwart of the Zooniverse because she works across all these different things, and she's beating Chris by actually doing the postdoc that she's meant to be doing as well at the same time. So Brooke, show us what you're doing.
I really thought you were going to say, and so you hired Brooke, and now she's really distracted.
That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much what I thought. Well. Right, so thank you all for coming. I am going to talk actually not really about Galaxy Zoo. I talked about that a lot last year and gave an update on where we are and so forth. And I want to sort of step out from that a little bit, except I want to actually start with just a little teaser because I can, or at least a plea. If you haven't yet been on this project, this is the Galaxy Zoo bar lengths project that we have running right now. I think this is kind of an example of the Zooniverse past and future because it came from Galaxy Zoo. Happy 8th birthday, Galaxy Zoo. But this is one of the projects that was released as part of the new release of the Zooniverse, and it was built on the new project builder. And it's not the only one that I'll show in this talk. So that's just a general kind of, if you haven't seen this yet, give it a go. And thank you to our moderators on that very much. But as a whole, if we sort of zoom out and have a look at the Zooniverse more generally, from its start in 2007, I guess that was right? Yeah, all the way through here to somewhere, when was this blog post put up, Grant? Months ago, whatever.
6 months ago.
The point is that every time we try to take a measure of how the Zooniverse is doing, we always find that it's continuing to grow, and in particular that it's continuing to grow at the same rate or a higher rate. So we've often asked the question of ourselves, like, are we cannibalizing our own projects every time we release a new project? We get that question in talks. Like, does the release of Galaxy Zoo bars mean we'll have less traffic on Galaxy Zoo? And every time we do this analysis, we always find that the answer on average is no. I mean, occasionally when something like Snapshot Serengeti comes out, everybody just goes there. I love Snapshot Serengeti too. but on average, this all evens out and we all end up doing well. In fact, we do well not just on the release of projects and on encouraging people to participate in the projects, but we do really well in general on publishing the projects. We have on the old Zooniverse home and now on the new Zooniverse home, we have a list of the publications. This actually is now several months out of date because I believe Snapshot Serengeti isn't listed here as having one, but it now does. But what I want to focus on right now is this category and what we can learn from studies of the Zooniverse. So we step out and we just look at ourselves, or we collaborate with other researchers who are looking to study how we as a community work and why we as a community work and what we can do to work better in the future. So we saw this last year, right? This is a diagram that Rob put together, and this is talk, basically. This is our community. And each user has a dot and is connected to other dots by how many conversations there are. And most of the big dots, I would imagine, are probably in this room or watching on the Google Hangout. Hi. But this is lovely, and we have it like silk screened on a scarf. That was Victoria's idea, and we have it on a poster in ZooTown. But we've also gone into much more depth with this and done a lot more kinds of studies. In particular, one of the things that we've been doing recently is different kinds of surveys, asking why do people contribute to the Zooniverse, and what's their own personal motivation? What do they hope to get out of it? And in general, I mean, you won't be surprised to find that there's a variety of different reasons that people contribute. We definitely find that the most common reason is just that they want to contribute to the science. But then there are all manner of other secondary reasons. And one of the things we've also asked people is why, like, when do they classify? When do they decide to classify? Is it a conscious decision? Is it something they're doing during the breaks? Have they made a long-term commitment? How does this work exactly? I mean, there are some interesting answers here. Most people do it in their spare time. I find this one really interesting. This is maybe why Grant has a job. because this is really important, right? People have lives, right? They want to contribute and they want to help with the Zooniverse, but then they also have their real lives to go back to, and they do that. And then Grant will send an email and go, hey, we're doing this awesome thing, and we've got this result, and we need your help on this. And they'll go, oh, right. And they'll come back, and they'll help again, right? In their spare time when they feel they can. And if anybody wants much more information like this, I have a whole talk full of survey things from a different survey that we recently did about motivations and about how people use the Zooniverse. But so my point in showing this is that I think we've matured over these 8 years quite a lot, to the point that we're talking about how we do this in a more meta way within our own team too. We're starting to talk about citizen science as a method, and not just citizen science, but citizen research. But so it's led to papers like this by Chris and Phil Marshall and Lee Fletcher, who's also in this department. This is an annual review paper that I really like Phil's way of dealing with the Zooniverse. Phil's project Space Warps is one of our models for participation, for collaboration between the volunteers and the science team, to the point where that division blurs quite a lot. And I really think that this is an example of how participants in the Zooniverse are setting the standard for how citizen science should be done in the future and publishing that. Now, this is a page from the GitHub repository for this paper that Phil opened for this paper. And you can see some familiar names here, including volunteer names, people who've started issues and said, let's talk about this. This is how we need to move forward with this paper. And there are a number of people who contributed significantly to that paper. And it's all on record, online, and it's all open. And so that is just there for the public record for everyone to see. Now, one of the things I found interesting about this paper, and we can all look at all of the details of it later, but was this sentence. The most productive citizen astronomy projects involve close collaboration between the professionals and the amateurs involved. Right, so this paper just sort of posits that. It looks at all of the data and it puts that together, but it doesn't give a lot of evidence other than saying this one worked, this one didn't work as well, but this one worked really well and it had, and this one did. So we were thinking, well, with some economists we were working with, moving forward when we're in this era when we can write some names on the board and take some pictures and put together a project, right? When there are going to be so many more Zooniverse projects, we need to worry about this question a lot more. Is this right? Is this really what makes a project successful? Do you really need that? What else might you need? So we did a study with some economists from the University of Portsmouth, and the main question was, how do we pull together all the different things that we all kind of know and we all work on, and we all go, well, yeah, you need to talk to people, you need to use the community, you need to publish your results, you need to disseminate that information, but how do we put that into some kind of metric that makes sense and that we can standardize across projects? So it's sort of about taking this diagram and making it into like numbers, something quantitative that we can then apply as an analytical tool to answer the question that's on everyone's mind. This is what we're calling the success matrix. And I'm going to go into some detail about what it is here. But basically, the main thing is there are two axes here. There's public engagement on the vertical axis, and then contribution to science, excuse me, on the x-axis. And how we determine those things is a whole suite of different measures, and they're all numerical measures. So this is sort of stepping into the details a little more, but it doesn't quite go in because I haven't defined each of these. But the way to read this is actually from right to left. So you start with these types of measures, and then you put three of them together into the next column, and then you put those two together into the next column, and then you plot these against each other. And this is the way we make this matrix. And it's fairly clear what these all are. I mean, publication rate, so the number of papers that a project has over time. The completeness of analysis, like how far through the subjects are you? The resource savings is one about, would this have been just as easily done if just the science team had sat down and just done it, right? Which is almost never the case in our projects. And moving on down here, we have things about interaction. So does the science team interact with the public on talk? Do the moderators interact? Do they interact with each other? Are there conversations going on, or is it just lots of people coming on and saying one thing and then moving on? And then, is the engagement sustained over time? Is there a blog, or are there other ways to communicate? And how many citations does the project have in terms of publications, or is the scientific community using the work? So this is one example of how one of those columns on the far right was computed. This is a horribly ugly Excel spreadsheet, and I do apologize I didn't make this figure. But the main point is that you put these things together, and the different projects do differently with these things. And then at the end, you kind of normalize them, and you put them, so this is another one. This is one about the last one, about how you deal with educating the public, if that's your goal. And you can see that different projects do really differently. Snapshot Serengeti excels at talking to the community. And then these are the numbers that go into the success matrix. So I think, by and large, nobody was terribly surprised by this With old weather, we only included data that was on the current kind of universe that we have, the current version of universe. So old weather really only captured, when this point is only capturing the kind of long tail, only the very loyal people who are still classifying on old weather. It doesn't capture the beginning of the project. So maybe this is where we might expect the public engagement to come down to this level. And old weather's publications are a little bit weird because they don't exactly publish papers, they publish data that the whole community uses. So it's a little tricky to put it on here. There's another project that's not on here that was 2 years old at the time of publication, at the time we did this analysis, but we didn't put it on it because if we did put it on, you can't actually see any of the other results. So the Andromeda project is the opposite of the old weather example. The Andromeda project really only ever had the first 2 weeks of any project, right? And in the first 2 weeks of the project, you get this peak of users, and everybody's really engaged, and the science team's like, yeah, let's do this. And then usually what happens is it kind of falls off and you settle on something a little bit sort of more of a long-term level. But we think what's happening here is that all projects will end up at a very high level and then will settle into some position and then move over this diagram with time as they contribute more and more to science. So what we're talking about now is essentially how we use this going forward and how we, in particular, can communicate this to the research teams that come onto the new Zooniverse and don't have to contact us and don't have to ask our permission to make a project. And they just want to come in, make their project, let it go. You don't even have to like apply to the Zooniverse to get us to, well, you do have to get us to email everyone, but you can create your own community, right? You can do all of this yourself now on the Zooniverse. But what we'd like to do is to say, look, we have a lot of experience, right? We know a lot about what makes a citizen science project work and what sometimes doesn't work. And we're talking about ways that we can communicate this to those projects and carry this on in an ongoing way because we really want all of these projects to be as successful as possible. So that's like the first half of my talk. That was my first distraction over the last year. And the other distraction that I've had, I'm not sure if I mentioned this last year, I don't remember how far along we were, but was our humanitarian and disaster relief efforts. This is part of our more overall efforts to make the Zooniverse not citizen science, but just people-powered research, right? Sort of citizen research doesn't really ring a nice sound to me, but people-powered research is a little bit better. And just people-powered aid, people helping other people in this case. End of April, I went on holiday for the first time in 3 years. And I was really stupid, obviously, because then there was this earthquake that hit Nepal. I was driving through the countryside of France with Ali and with Becky, and they were like jet lagged and sleeping in the car. And my phone goes off and it's like, major earthquake has hit Nepal. And I read it and I'm like, well, my vacation's done. Because clearly somebody's gonna contact us because we have gone through a lot of work to make it possible within the Zooniverse to build citizen science or citizen research projects that will provide humanitarian aid or make it easier to provide that aid for first response organizations. So from our little holiday cottage, we built this project. And this was, I believe, the second project to be built in the new Zooniverse that went from start to finish, where we actually built the project, collected classifications, made something out of the classifications, and had feedback on that result. The first being Snapshot Supernova, which you heard about the first talk today. So this is a really very, very difficult to see satellite image of some part of Nepal. This is from a satellite company called Planet Labs, which have very, very generously made their imagery available to us in cases like this, where there is a crisis or a disaster that needs help. A company called an NGO called Rescue Global contacted us. These are like the ex-military people who like parachute in with all their supplies on their backs, like, you know, take nothing, leave nothing. They go in, they provide aid, they provide help regenerating infrastructure, they teach people on the ground how to continue to regenerate their own infrastructure, and then they leave. And what they needed to know was, where do we go? So we have a water filter, and it is a water filter for a whole town. And the thing that happens during these crises is that everyone goes right to the main city. And the first question is like, we need to find the airport we can land in. So they're all like Kathmandu, right? We're gonna go to Kathmandu, the Red Cross, the UN, every small organization, everybody goes to Kathmandu. Everybody goes to the big temple that all the BBC is gonna go and photograph, and they set up their flag and they're trying to help. And then Kathmandu is like really not doing well in the sense that it's been like destroyed. However, all the aid is there too. So Rescue Global wanted to know, well, our water filters are kind of useless there because everybody already has them. We want to know where else we need to go. Are there places that are on the map but not on the map that maybe nobody realizes need aid because the whole infrastructure is destroyed, so communication is very difficult. So this is the result of the project that we put together, because our platform was so new and we were worried we were going to crash the server by emailing it to everybody, we actually just did a project with about 30 people participating. It was only a couple thousand images, and it was just the areas around Kathmandu, but not including the center of Kathmandu. And what we did was, in collaboration with some people in the machine learning and computer science department, who here was on Galaxy Zoo Supernova? Did anybody classify on that project ages and ages ago? A few people. So the same team that built the software to analyze Galaxy Zoo Supernova using very advanced statistical methods worked on this here too. And what we did was we combined our classifications with the known maps of the area, including some of the crisis mapping efforts that have been done by other groups. And in areas where there were places like Kathmandu where the crisis mappers were working on a street-by-street level, mapping every single building, high amount of detail takes forever to do. You're never going to do the full amount of Nepal for that, right? We're looking at a much broader picture, and we combine those to extrapolate. And what we found, I'm going to zoom in here. We found 2 towns that were not on the map, so to speak. So if you go actually to, say, Google Maps or OpenStreetMap, and you go to the top row here is the airport in Kathmandu. You see all the buildings are so well mapped, right? This is a known area, and you look on the satellite images that we have, and you can clearly see the buildings and the runway. You can see all of that. Likewise here, you can clearly see this is a very settled area. There's all these little model proofs. You can see the real image. So this is the map that all of the aid organizations are using to decide where to send the planes and the water and the food. And they don't know about this. So we sent that information to Rescue Global. We said, we found 2 new towns. These are the places you should target. And they went. And the feedback they got was excellent. This is basically a long and jargon-filled quote, but this is the best little excerpt of the quote that I could get from the Director General of Military Staff, sort of like a vice president as far as I can tell at NATO, who basically said, that was amazing. Rescue Global was able to combine with the Rescue Global cadre partners, that includes us, to look at the satellite images and use new methods to find and deliver aid to the right places. So this is the other part of what we're trying to do with the Zooniverse right now. And I think we can expect to see more of this, although I can't predict when, obviously, because we never know quite when a crisis is going to strike. Just to sort of sum up, I think going forward, there are some lessons learned that we really need to just keep in mind, and I imagine many of these will resonate with you, and I would love to talk to you all about them. The main thing is that, yes, absolutely, you need to engage your community in order to be successful. Or rather, what I should say is, it's probably possible to have a Zooniverse project where you're kind of terrible at talking to your volunteers, but you get the science out anyway. But if you do talk to your volunteers, you'll get the science out faster and better, right? So talking to the community engagement is incredibly important. And of course, so is publishing the papers, because if you don't do that, then I think arguably we've wasted everybody's time. But publishing with citizen scientists turns out to be a really good measure of how well a project is doing in engaging the community. And most of the projects that do collaborate at that level with citizen scientists are the ones that are doing really, really well. And just that talk is really powerful. Are the software that we have, that we should be focusing our efforts on making that software better and easier to use, and I promise we are, and we should talk about at the pub about that. And I think clearly we're moving more, like, it's not just about science, right? Now we're broadening that. It's not just about citizen science, and we still use that term, but we're trying to cure ourselves of that, essentially. And I would say, I think Grant is going to talk for a few minutes about something, and I'm happy to take your questions, but the future of us for now is the pub. Thanks.
I don't know if you've heard this thing, but 3 or 4 satellites were launched. DOC.
Okay. Yeah. So we, it's really awesome, all the stuff that's coming up with the satellites now. There's also Sentinel that was launched by ESA. That's a more European satellite. We have a contract with Planet Labs, an agreement to use their data at all times. But certainly we are very much talking with lots of different groups, including governments, for using their satellites. And it doesn't just have to be satellites. We're working with a group in Qatar at the Qatar Computing Research Institute, and they have a network of humanitarians who are pilots of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, drones. And the idea would be that we would start off with maybe a satellite imagery that covers a whole region, and our community could get through that very quickly and tell us where we should focus our efforts. And then the UAV pilots could go there and put these really, really high resolution images on, and then we could further work on that. And really drill down very quickly to where the aid is most needed. Anything else? Everybody wants to go to the pub.
They do, they really
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Brooke, again. Okay, one last thing before we go to the pub. As Brooke mentioned, and Ali mentioned it before, and Becky mentioned it, and I mentioned it earlier, the new Loops Universe has one thing that's slightly different about it. It looks like an LCD multimedia projector screen. That's not what we want.
Come back.
There you
go. Okay, so we've launched our new infrastructure, Panoptes is the code name, and essentially what it allows people to do is build their own Zooniverse projects and build them quickly. So as a kind of like demonstration for this, I said I was going to take pictures of anyone who was interested in being part of a project earlier to show that I can now do in an hour while I'm chairing a conference what it used to take our web development team 6 months to a year to do to build a Zooniverse project. And I think I might have actually got it done. So let's have a look. If you log into the Zooniverse, this is what the homepage will look like now, zooniverse.org. Up on the top right, there's a button that says build a project. If you're logged in and you go there, it'll take you to your project building landing page where you'll see a list of the projects that you've built or the chance to create a new project. I have built one called Kitty Zoo, which is the tutorial. If you go on, there's a tutorial which was set up by Brooke and Ali down here. It's fantastic. It takes you through how to actually build a project on Panoptes by making you build one with kittens in it. But the one I built in the last hour there, after taking your pictures, was called ZooCon 2015. So let's have a look at it. Live demos. There you are. So that's a project landing page. It looks like any other Zooniverse project landing page. It's got a description, help us identify the attendees of ZooCon, and also get started. You can easily put in a little about what the project's about a bit longer. What we want you to do is sort out the volunteers from the team on this project. You can actually also throw in very quickly links for tabs you want to add. The ones that come with it are science, where you explain the background science. Classify, where you go into classifying. Talk, where you want to discuss with other volunteers. And I've put in here a look, because I'm sure that will be very helpful. We're going to be there imminently. But back to the project. This part here, that landing page took me about 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Let's get started, the harder bit. Okay, so the question here that I've set up is, loads of pictures. Is this person a volunteer or a member of the university? What do you reckon? Hands up for volunteer. We're going to do this. Obviously, we're doing it the old school way. Yeah, that's good stuff. Well, volunteer. Well, oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Very easy to just put in pop-up help text when you're building. So you can build up something like that. If it's more complex a task, you can put in actual help text. You can put in anything marked down there. You could put in images and make it look kind of fancy. You can put like a spotter's guide and stuff in there. It's very helpful. So we go next. Do they look happy? I would say yes. Next, please draw an ellipse around their smile. There we go. And done. There's my classification. This person's a volunteer. They look happy. And the smile. And next. Oh, there he is. There's Adam McMaster. Very much Zooniverse team member.
Wait, do you think Adam is also volunteer?
Well,
Adam,
do you take part in any of the projects, Adam? Yes. What's your favorite one? Can you name it an Zooniverse project? Oh, he likes the Higgs Hunters. I think you'll find it's pronounced Higgs Shunters. And there's a smile. Okay, so you get the idea. That is a joke as far as the project goes, but it has all the functionality of a normal Zooniverse project completely. It has all of that in it, just like Penguin Watch, where you're marking penguins. I could have gone and built Penguin Watch kind of just there in that hour. And I actually haven't used this tool a lot. I've been busy doing other things. That is just mind-boggling to me. And I think that I get all soppy sometimes in meetings like this. So I'm going to do two soppy things before we go to the pub. One is to mention that there's two guys in the room here. Cam Allen, our lead backend developer in Oxford, Brian Carson, our lead front-end developer, who made this possible over the last year. And it's absolutely unbelievable to see what they've done with the project builder. So I think there also is many other people in the team who've been working, a group of about 10 developers working on this. But these are the two guys who really made this functional. And I think they deserve close to a standing ovation, basically, for doing that. So yeah, that's it. I can add you, if we go into back to where I can edit the project, and here I can set up collaborators, and then here I can tick this box and put in a username like there's Brooke and add. So I'm going to add any of you who want to be a collaborator in this project. You'll then, when you go in to build a project on your own account, you'll see it there and you can help contribute to it. I don't know what you're going to do with it, but you can play around with it and have some fun. If this was a real project we were building, a real scientific project, it would then go through the next stage. Once a group of collaborators like ourselves had set up our project, we can then hit a button that says we want to go to beta, at which point the Zooniverse team and a lot of our volunteers will get the chance to review it and go through that process. And hopefully, if it's a legitimate scientific or research project, then we can make it an official project that will appear on the list of projects on Zooniverse.org, along with all the other favorite projects that you already take part in. One last thing, just to show you how cool this is. I'm sorry, I know you want to get to the pub, but I just love this. If you go into back to the home page of this, where is it again? I'm getting lost. Oh no, here. Down the bottom, data export. Yeah, so you just want to see all the data from your project so far. You click that button. That is already in my inbox as an email, as a CSV file with all the data from the project. This really is, let me tell you this, I've been giving talks about this for the last few months, and there's researchers out there, educators out there who just are like chomping at the bit to start building on this. And hopefully by the time we do ZooCon 2016, we're going to be looking at hundreds of new projects that have been built, not by the Zooniverse team, but by people all around the world. Okay, so finally, I'd just like to say thank you to all of you guys for coming. It is really important to us that you guys take part. Without you, we don't exist. I know that sounds silly, but it's true. Whether you've come from, the Netherlands, Belgium, even just close to Oxford, London. There's some people here from Colombia. There's people joining us online from all around the world. Hi, guys. Thanks for clicking on our projects. Brooke showed you a survey that we did. recently there that's asking people their motivations, why they take part, how they take part in the Zooniverse, where they are. At the end, we left a free form text box that just asked people to tell us, have you got any thoughts? Do you want to say anything to us? Some of the responses in this really actually got to me emotionally. I'm quite an emotional guy. I'm finding out this more and more. This was sent out to 3,000 people, only 300 replied. We have tens of thousands of active volunteers, but in this 300 people that replied, there was one person who got back to us and said, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to take part in these projects. I'm actually terminally ill, and this makes me feel like I'm contributing to something really important, and that just completely blew me away. And I'd just like you to know that these kind of things, and you guys are in our heads the whole time we're in the office building stuff. Sometimes we do it wrong and you shout at us, and then we go away and we try and build it again. But honestly, thank you so much for everything you do on our platform. So I'd like the team to give you guys a big round of applause. Okay. Thanks, guys.